Here's how to go from $300 a month on AC to almost $0. We built this portable cooling system that can.
All right, they're coming in now, finally. All right. There's Namisha, Christine. So, funny thing happened on the way to the mastermind today. Apparently, Zoom decided to randomly create a second link to something else. And that's the link I thought was my mastermind link. And so that's why you guys couldn't get in. That's why I couldn't figure out why you guys couldn't get in. We were on two different links together. So I am currently seeing what shows up on my YouTube channel. But all right. Oh, there's Parisa. You guys need to unmute. There's iPhone. All right. Well, they're filing in now. Tomorrow. All right, let's start top of the order. Christine Sutton, what's your question or what's your topic for today? Christine, you need to unmute. She's trying over there. Let's circle back to Namisha. Namisha, what's on your list?
David, I want to learn a little bit more around managing the nervous system for not adverse, but like creating. Okay, so I'm applying for this job and I can do 80% of the things, but the 20% of the things are I can do them, but I don't have like solid experience. So I'm getting nervous about that, and I want to find ways to take that edge off and still apply because I'm feeling stuck.
Okay, so what are we dealing with? A knowledge deficit or a lack of confidence deficit?
Lack of confidence deficit.
And
Yeah.
what's behind that lack of confidence? Is it something because you don't know something or because you just don't have a lot of experience doing it?
I don't have a lot of experience doing it.
Okay, but you do have some.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there any sources that you can tap into between now and when you go and do the work that will bolster that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So
Okay, cool.
to start with that, then what you want to do is remember that confidence comes from action. Action is, and action becomes skill through repetition. So remember that confidence isn't a feeling, it's a skill. So the more action you
Mm,
take, the more confident you become. So there's two or three ways that we can do that same thing. We can actually go do the work, which is, preferable to most people, right? It's also the hard way, as I like to call it, right?
mm-hmm.
If we have um, a rich enough sampling of those experiences, then we can go to mental training or mental rehearsal, where we literally run through the processes over and over and over again perfectly in our minds. And that will get us as much as 80% of what physically doing the work can happen. When you combine physical repetitions with mental repetitions, you get a gestalt, you get a whole that's greater than the sum of the parts. There was a book many, many years ago by John Garfield and Hal Zena Bennett called, I think it was called Mental Training, or I don't think it was called Peak Performance. I think it was called Mental Training. Um, but anyway, it was one of the very first books I ever read on this concept of training, using the mind to train the body. And I embraced it hook, line, and sinker. Um, so this idea of mentally visualizing and going through those steps in excruciating detail over and over and over again can actually create that same kind of rote memory, which leads to confidence and the
Mm-hmm.
ability to apply. So you have this massive toolkit of hypnotic technique, NLP, things of that nature. All you have to do is find the specific skill sets that you want and rehearse them mentally over and over again. And then you You flip the script and you go after the places in your body where you feel less than confident or where the anxiety is, and you just nuke those at their source. Because chances are the things that are actually triggering your anxiety are not actually the things that you're dealing with in the job. They're related to something much older. And
Mm.
so just nuke those additional sensitizing events, and then you've got the best of both worlds. And then you can
Okay.
add in whatever you want using the exact same tools. Remember, if we're talking about when we talk about feelings, we're talking about something the nervous system manufactures like this. It modifies it. It's infinitely malleable. And so, one of the funniest things that I back in the day, I had this rather colorful mentor by proxy. His name was Dr. John LaTourette. We lovingly called him Dr. Psycho, right? Because he was this 10th degree black belt. He was crazy. He had huge anger. It's total wood person, right? Huge anger issues, stuff like. He was very funny, but he was the guy who developed the speed hitting technology, how to hit a man 11 times or more in under a second. He was also a marketing genius. Probably one of the first martial artists I know to break $1 million selling his products and services. This is early. So he was very big on marketing. He was a genius guy. If you see how long my resume is, his made me look like a kindergartner, right? This guy. But the point was, he said he used to laugh because anytime somebody comes at you and they say, I just want to be happy, or I just want a feeling, laugh at them. Because feelings are manufactured. They have little to nothing to do with the actual environment. We just link them. So when people say, I just want to be happy, well, you can be happy sitting on your couch eating Haagen-Dazs, right? But it doesn't really produce anything. So, but your nervous system is designed to manufacture and transmute any kind of feeling. That's how all of our traumas happen. We have an outside experience and our brain manufactures a feeling and it just keeps replaying it, right? Because it doesn't know it's over, right? If you just distill everything we know about trauma, it comes down to that. We have an experience, we record it, and we just keep reliving it, right? Everything else spirals from there. So if there's a feeling you have, if you can, again, you know the motto, if you can point to where you feel it, you can change it, right? But changing a feeling doesn't give you a skill set, right? Does that, you understand the difference? So we need ways to amplify and expand our capabilities while controlling and transforming our feelings. And they're two parallel but separate processes, even though we can use the same techniques to do that, right? So if you have access to training to bolster that, if you have a rich enough mental resource or archive that you can run through those things, then you have the skill sets that you have, you can expand. Even if you've only got one experience of doing something, if you run that 1,000 times in your head, that's more powerful than 1,000 different experiences one time, right? So what happens is you wind up going, instead of going broad into a skill set, you go deep,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's a kind of confidence in and of itself, because there'll always be things we don't know. The question is, how fast can we adapt and recognize what's going on, right? It's more of it's less of a technique than and more of an explanation and a map of where to go. But we can always, if we can drill down on those particular aspects throughout the day, right? Does
Thank
that
you.
help?
Yes, a lot. Thank you.
Okay, good. Are we going to see you at Killer Influence on? Was it
I want to. I'm trying to organize my schedule. Yeah, David. I'll email Mia. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Let's go to Morrow. What do you got today, buddy?
Okay. Well, so from the earlier conversation I was hearing on YouTube when I was trying to log in, when you guys were discussing a matter sometimes that people don't make a change or don't make a decision until something hurts enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could say Tuesday I kind of came to that situation right over there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was always feeling so fatigued and everything that even following your stuff to do and everything, that do little things, and I'll be passing out and quickly, and after things will change. But things just got to such an extreme. I was just lying in bed Tuesday evening. I was just so exhausted. I wanted to go and do something, but my body just won't let me do it. And I just started screaming and yelling at the ceiling to the universe saying straight out, I demand change, and I'm sick and tired of doing physical labor. I've been doing everything that I could do just to move forward, and then not enough has progressed basically.
Mhm.
And I was just snapping hard. And next day when I was at work, still struggling with my physicality. I walked across this place quite a few times already, but I just made a decision that I had to do it. It was basically testosterone replacement therapy clinic.
Mhm.
And I thought of doing it before. The reason why I never did it is the fact that I was afraid of side effects. Being 53 years old, I'd never had kids, but just in case I ever wanted to have the option to.
Mhm.
That's why I never really wanted to go through the first. And I've heard a lot of good things about testosterone replacement therapy, but enough was just enough. And I just went in and I just did it. I got my blood work done and everything. I had a session booked up for Thursday coming up, but I changed it for this morning because I just didn't want to wait till then. And they came in with my results. They said that yeah, my T levels were very low. They were low as a 76-year-old.
Mhm.
And I was already made the decision I was going to do it anyways because of the fact that I just needed an absolute change, and not want to say side effects or no side effects, but it was just more or less doing this. What it just was just the lesser of the two evils in the end.
Mhm.
So anyways, I signed up. I got my first treatments this morning.
Mhm.
So that was basically it. I wasn't planning on really. I was basically this was my last resort. Was this over here? But enough was enough in that regards to over there. I just can't. I need more energy. I need more strength. I need everything. I mean, the money wasn't the money. Technically is an issue, but it's cost me, let's say, $400 a month. But I work in production. I can make that money if I get my energy back. I can make that money within a day, let alone within a week, if I get my energy back, basically. So that wasn't really even, it was an issue and it was not an issue, basically.
Got it.
So I just wanted to leave it at that with everything that we've discussed, with everything that is like, yeah, this is my final decision over here in regards to how to move forward and everything. So
Good. Good. Well, you know what? Sometimes it's the physical issues that hold us back. We think it's a mental issue when in fact it's hormonal or biochemical or something like that. And this is why we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, everything about what we do here is dealing with the mind and energy and the physicality. Um, but sometimes we have to go, we have to resort to things like Western medicine or to get the help that we need, right? It's a question of what is the most expedient way to get the result with the least amount of side effects or things of that nature. A lot of people are suffering from low T, just as a consequence of our culture and the diets that we eat and things of that nature. Plus, most of us are spending so much time. Now you're in a slightly different position because you have a very physical job, but the vast majority of us, we live from the neck up, right? We're dealing with computers, we're dealing with cell phones, screens, things of that nature, and so we get very sedentary, and that combined with the amount of estrogen and everything in our diet. Um, Start meeting questions. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. Um, anyway, so did anything particular that you wanted to work on today, or did you just want to tell us to share your thoughts about the suffering aspect?
I want to share my thoughts with the suffering aspect and see what unfolds from that, basically.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Cool. Sean Gray, I saw you in the YouTube chat, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for opening this up to the public. I appreciate you.
You're very welcome. How can I help you today?
Well, I'm not sure if I need help. I think I'm pretty balanced as far as an individual goes, but I'm interested in hearing you talk and seeing what kind of conversations you guys come up with. I don't want to derail any conversations, anything of that nature, but I appreciate being here and thank you
right.
for having me.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. So today was designed to be a mastermind mentoring group, which is for those of you in our diamond level and above YouTube memberships. Basically, what the mastermind is it's a 4-hour practice session where we basically log in on the third Saturday of every month from about 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I basically go around the room and I say, what do you want to learn? 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 And then I step back, I look at where they all kind of connect, and we create a lesson plan on the spot, and we drill and skill for the next 4.5, 5 hours until people can do those things in their sleep. Today, the internet gods decided that we were going to be more public today. So my intention is still to provide as much value as I can in the time that we have, but because we've opened it up, there are certain things that only people who are in the Diamond Platinum group get access to. So I have to be a little bit more discerning in the techniques that we share today. But you know what? For those of you who want to see kind of how we do things and what go and why the mastermind is such a great way to really build your skills, right? You're not going to get a certificate from the mastermind program. What you get is something that's much more important, the ability to actually do the things you want to be able to do, right? So that being said, let me go to see here. Christine Sutton, are you with us today? I see you in the chat twice. All right. Can you unmute Christina? Christine, you're still muted. Okay. Well, we'll have to circle back to Christine because clearly that's not working. All right. Let me see what I got here. Let's
There.
go to, oh, there she is.
Well, for some reason, my phone will do audio. Oh, great.
Hold on. We got some kind of echo. So you either got two things going on at the same. You got.
I do have two things.
Christine, we're getting an echo and it's completely not working. We can't hear any. We can't understand anything you're saying.
Okay, just shut it. Just shut it down.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me mute you. All right. Type your questions in the chat, Christina. We'll go from there. All right, let's go to Spencer. Spencer going once. Spencer going twice. Okay, everybody wants to observe today. All right, well, clearly we're not going to get a lot of practice in if people just want to observe. So let's go ahead and just open it up to questions. Who's got a question? There's Yash. Bueller. So let's see here. Needs to leave computer audio on second device. There's not. Okay. So Laura's joining us here. There's Terrence Pleasant. Hello, Terrence. Haven't seen you in forever. And Snapcrown is asking, can you kindly say how to proceed after 3 magic questions after people pass the test in a relationship setting? Okay, so how many of you know what the 3 magic questions protocol actually is? Okay. All right, Dahlia's got a question. Go ahead, Dahlia.
Do you mean Delilah?
Oh, Dahlia, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
I have noticed that every time I try to work on financial business, that I have my ADHD really ramps up and it's very scattered. And so I can't make any progress because of the scattering. Is there some way to get rid of that and be able to focus on what I need to do?
Okay. How long has this been going on?
It has been most of my life, but only recently when I really, really need to get a job or start a business or do something financial, it has gotten very bad in the last couple of years.
What was going on in your life a couple of years ago?
Same stuff, different day.
Okay.
There were no inciting events that I can think of.
Okay. What was the first thing that popped into your head when I asked?
There were no inciting events.
Okay. All right. So you have ADHD that ramps up when you have to work with when you want to make money or you get a new job, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question becomes, have you been diagnosed with ADHD, or is it just an exacerbation of an inability to focus?
I have not been diagnosed. I have done a lot of studying on the symptoms, and I fit the symptoms.
Okay. The reason I say that is because sometimes when we're going through a trauma response, it can give us ADHD-like symptoms. And so my question is, maybe it's not about the ADHD, maybe there's something different. So the approach would be regress to cause, vent the emotional charge, reprocess the experience, and then move forward with the new resources. So I understand this is a public forum, and talking about private things is challenging at best, even in a different context. But again, so if it's something that you want to work on privately, we can talk about that. If it's something you guys want to work on in terms of yourself, we can run through techniques for doing those things. But again, I just sometimes when I need to ask for certain types of information, especially in a public forum like this, it's a challenge. But the bottom line is there's a place in your body where the reasons behind those feelings are stored. And if you can point to where you feel it, then we can begin to work with it. See, one of the things that happens a lot of times with us is we think that if something happens in a different context, that it's somehow handled differently. Most of the things that hold us back are built the same way from the same stuff. And it's the same nervous system doing it. So if we understand those principles and what things govern that, then we can very, very easily start to transform things. But sometimes it's a one-shot deal. Sometimes there's a chain of things that we have to follow, right? And depending on what the medium is in which we're working, we can be more direct or less direct with it. All right. So you have some stuff with money and ADHD that you would like to work on today. Let me go ahead and start a new page. All right. And maybe what we'll do is we'll just do some group work and see where that takes us. Money. And I'm curious, Delilah, what do you want instead?
Really? Really? I want to leave a legacy for my children, a financial legacy for my children. I'll be 70 years old this year, and I would like to have enough money that I don't have to go into a nursing home to take care of me comfortably during the rest of my life, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
I've never owned my own home. I want to own my own home.
Okay.
I'd like to have a business where I am somehow involved with design, because that really juices me up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. All right. And let's go to, oh, I got two people in the waiting room. Hold on a second. I think I know what we're doing today. Okay. So that's one. Let's go to Sally. Sally, what's on your agenda for today? What do you want to focus on?
Oh, Dr. David, I mean, I'm just thrilled to be part of this big thing on Saturday in 4 hours. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. I'm just listening. I really don't, my world is wonderful. So maybe later, just it'll come to me.
All right. Danny just joined us. Go ahead and tell me what do you want to focus on today? What would you like to learn about?
Anything that has to do with creating like energy shields, or I've watched a few videos where we're kind of like, there's a meditation where we create like an energy around you, set the intention that nothing can penetrate it if it has a negative intention. So if there's more stuff like that, that's very helpful.
Oh, there's so much that goes behind that, Danny. It's kind of crazy, actually. All right. We'll talk about that, because one of the things that a lot of people ask me about is this thing called psychic self-defense. And in order to understand psychic self-defense, you have to understand you have to understand the opposite of that, which is psychic attack. And what constitutes a psychic attack, right? And that changes from context to context. But if you really want to be super technical, I talked about one of my proxy mentors for many years, a guy named Dr. John LaTourette. And he was a martial artist, and he was a master trainer in neurolinguistic programming, Silva mind control. He'd done courses for Silva mind control on remote viewing, remote influence. He was a kahuna, taught a lot of energy stuff, always in the context of self-defense or manifestation. And one of the things that I loved about his work, was because he loved to drop the F-bomb all the time. He was just so fun. He was entertaining in a very provocative way, but he was also brilliant. And one of the things that he stated very, very elegantly, for lack of a better word, was that any kind of influence that you receive that you didn't invite is technically a psychic attack. Period. And that's the problem, because we often have a very narrow concept of what a psychic attack actually is. And it especially becomes a problem when we get into the context of energy and spiritual self-protection and things like that. So when we talk about energy shields, I'm going to give you something that's going to be both liberating, educational, and really, really terrifying and frustrating at the same time. Your any energy shield that you create, any psychic shield that you create, is only as strong as your emotional health. And the reason for that is because emotions are frozen energy. And so when we create an emotional state in our body, that energy field has a specific resonance, a certain frequency. And if it's not healthy for us, that becomes an access point or a hole in whatever shields that we create. So let's say, for example, I'm going to do a meditation and I'm going to surround myself with white light, right? And I feel protected. And then somebody cuts me off on the street, or gives me the bird, and all of a sudden I'm feeling bad. The moment I feel bad, my shield is gone. Okay. And so the understanding is that it doesn't matter how much white light you surround yourself with. It doesn't matter how thick your energy field is. If a person can get to you through the psychic channels, through mental or emotional means, they can penetrate your armor. So when we start working with energy, we have to understand, and this is why when people ask me about psychic attack and defense and things of that nature, the first thing the first two things that I always tell people is clean up your shit, connect to source. Why? Because when you clean up your stuff, you're patching the holes in your armor. You're making yourself more healthy inside, which makes it much harder for things of a less benevolent nature to stimulate you in a way that's manipulatable. And that's really what we're talking about, is manipulation. The other part is that building energy is not enough. The energy that you build has to have a high enough frequency that it's not digestible or permeable by these lower frequency energies. And so, since, again, whatever you believe is what you believe, but source is the highest energy frequencies that we have. The more connected we become to that, the more of an affinity we develop that inner source, or that higher source, the more radiance we increase. So there's a difference between energetic volume and the radiance or frequency that it embodies. And this, a lot of times, is one of the differences between energetic practices and spiritual practices. Anybody can build energy, and it will activate certain abilities and certain faculties inside of us that every human being has. But that doesn't necessarily make you more impervious to energetic attack. In many cases, what it does, it actually makes you a fatter sheep to slaughter, right? And so we need to understand that while it's important to build energy and for the body, we have to increase the quality of that energy so that it is harder and harder and harder for other negative energies to feed off of us. And a lot of the ways that those energies, and I'm talking in a more spiritual context right now, but a lot of the ways that things penetrate and get us to do things that we would consider manipulative is through the manipulation of emotion, right? So I don't care how strong your energy is. If I can knock you off your emotional center, you lose access to that energy, or that energy will control you. So when we start talking about building energy shields and things like that, we can do that. We can do that all day long. That's not necessarily going to protect you from other types of infiltration, right? So that being said, I'm happy to show you guys all kinds of really cool energy shielding practices and things of that nature that are both mental, emotional, as well as physical. But without that basic understanding that you're only as impervious as you are healthy, I wouldn't be teaching you what you guys really need to know. Okay. Yes, Sean.
Yeah, I would like to add my perspective and to this conversation because I think it's appropriate. Is that in regards to energy shielding, I look at humans as having an internal electromagnetic field emanating primarily from the heart, some from the brain. And this is almost as a sixth sense from my perspective, that if you're sensitive enough to it, you can sense other humans within your field, and you can also exude your energy out into the field. Now, I find this mostly when I'm at a store like a Target or something like that, and I'm surrounded by many people, my energy levels become much higher. So in order to combat that, I utilize techniques of frequency, and I'll hum. I'll do things like that to break out that external energy and keep my energy field within my own domain.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope I'm not going off on some. I have a tendency to go off on tangents in different directions, but I think it's appropriate in this case.
Right on. Well, thank you for that, Sean. And it wasn't a tangent, and it's a way of there's techniques for everything. But when we're talking about energy shielding and things like there's like I said, I'm a certified teacher in Buddhism, Christian mysticism. I'm getting certified in Christian mysticism and the Taoist systems I've been doing for a long time. A lot of sound work, a lot of different types of mantric work for breaking up stagnant energy and things of that nature. And those things can help. But when it comes to making yourself impervious to psychic attack, one of the things we tend to forget is that anything that affects us mentally affects us energetically. And so we need to understand a more holistic understanding of building shields. The shields have to be supported by a mental and emotional state that is peaceful and stable. And to the degree that you have that, your energy holds really, really well. Let's see here. Let me go back to, so we'll work on energy shielding for some of you who want to do that. Let's go to Alex. Alex, do you have anything you want to work on today? You have a question? Maybe not. Then let's circle around and go to, see here. I'm looking at my YouTubers now and see what we got. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to guide you through a process, set of processes actually. And when we go through this, for those of you who are like maybe watching this or listening to this while you're driving or operating machinery or something like that, I would, again, as much as I love you all, I would prefer if you did not listen to this process, because it's gonna be a trance process, and we're gonna be stacking a few things together. So I don't know how we're gonna get into practicing groups. Am I right in assuming that you guys actually want to like actually practice some stuff today, or you guys want me to just fill your head full of stuff and send you on your merry way? You can type it in the chat one way or the other. All right. You know, I thrive on feedback, guys. The more interaction I get, the more animated and cool stuff I teach. So let's see here.
Let's do it then.
All right. So I'm going here at cool background, professor. Why, thank you. Expect them to follow. I'm just looking at the chat here, just trying to see what people want. How do you do instant hypnotic inductions? I know how to do rapid and Ericksonian ones, but I don't know how to do instant ones. Is it all bypassing the critical factor? So when we talk about instant and rapid inductions, there's a kind of a paradox in the hypnosis world, in classical hypnosis at least, which I always found annoying. And that was this, is that in the hypnosis world, the way most people classify them, instant inductions are basically anything under 3 minutes. So if you can get a client into a hypnotic state in 3 minutes or less, it's considered an instant induction. Rapid inductions were right around the 4 or 5 minute mark. So if you can get somebody into a trance in about 4 minutes, it was considered a rapid induction, which always bothered me, because in my world, instant means instant, right? And so I just started coming up with ways to make it instant. And then when we got to the point in our systems where we didn't even need an induction, we just start talking and people go, like, it's intention, it's induction through intention, right? And that's something I want to share with you. This is one of the things that you won't hear talked about a lot in classical hypnosis circles, even though a lot of the high level people like Bandler and guys like that, they get it. They understand it really, really well. You don't need an induction to put somebody into trance. The ability to put somebody into a hypnotic state or an altered state is a natural human faculty. You can do it through intention. In fact, most of the things that we find pleasurable or enjoyable or useful cannot be facilitated without the induction of an altered state of some kind. So the idea that human beings are never not in an altered state or not constantly altering their state is kind of not true. So the question becomes, is the state the person in useful for the outcome they want, which a lot of times it's not true. But you can actually just, when you get really powerful enough with this work and you do the work a lot, you don't have to use an induction. You can just start talking and people will start to enter the states that you need them to be in, right? And that's where our state control training and killer influence comes in, because the fastest way to get somebody state to change is to change yours first, right? And you do that by changing their body feelings. It's really the big piece is change a person's body feelings, their state changes automatically. So does their perception of reality. So instant inductions, if you want the short course in instant inductions, there are only 3 things that every instant or rapid induction actually does. And if you can embody those 3 things, it's very, very simple. All rapid instant inductions are a bypass or a sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium, direct command, just keep talking. So once again, I'm going to give this 3 times because it's emphasis. To do an instant induction, all you need to do is give a sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium, direct command, just keep talking. So the sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium creates what we call a pattern interrupt. If the brain is wanting to go this direction, all of a sudden something stops it, it goes into confusion, and now it's looking for stability in any way that you can. And then the direct command gives it a direction to follow. And as long as you keep talking, the brain will follow that direction. That, in a nutshell, is exactly how every instant induction on the planet actually works. So whether you're doing like a magic finger induction, which we teach, one of the first inductions that we teach in Identity by Design, where you basically have the person look at your finger and you have them track the finger, right? And when you can see that they're tracking the finger, right? So I'm looking this way, you bring your hand up and you in the forehead, and then you just rock them and you just keep talking. It takes that. Now, one of the things that happens when you're doing instant and rapid inductions is most people think that the moment you do sleep, which is usually the direct command that people use to do an instant induction, is that they're automatically in a somnambulistic, like they're as deep as they're going to go. That's not actually true. When you put somebody into an instant induction, if this is waking consciousness here, and this is hypnagogic, right, and this is deep trance, you've taken them from here to here, right? They're just on the other side of that awake state, but their state has been broken, and so as long as you keep talking, their unconscious mind will fixate on the voice, and it will continue to follow the suggestions and the directions of that voice. So when I say there's three components, you need all three: instant or sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium, direct command, just keep talking, right? But the idea that somebody's going to go from a level 1, like waking state, all the way to the floor of somnambulism or deeper, that's not how it works. You have to gentle them down. You have to deepen them. Now, some people, they'll be like on a grease slide right into trance land. Other people will be just on the other side of that membrane, so to speak. Okay, but that's how we teach instant and rapid inductions at Identity by Design. And once you have the magic finger, which is the fastest induction there is, period, right? Then we'll show you all the different variations, like the rolling hands induction, or which way did he go, George, or the arm pull, or the handshake interrupt, all of which are much more complicated versions of that exact same 3-step process: sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium, direct command, just keep talking. Okay, so we actually have people that can in our Identity by Design, when we're doing the virtual component, we actually have people practice doing instant inductions over Zoom, which is kind of fun. But it's the same idea: fixate their attention, sudden loss of physical or mental equilibrium, direct command, just keep talking. Okay. Let me see. Okay. People are asking about nonverbals. I wouldn't mind practicing. Okay, so let's do this. I want everybody to get out a sheet of paper. Since you're all in class today, let's play, shall we? All right. So we're going to do something called bucket listing. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Now, we recently decided to change the name of bucket listing to shit listing, but we'll probably won't get that in a book anytime soon. So let me see here if I can show you this.
Hey, David,
Yes,
is this working? Is this working?
it's working now. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll let you continue what you were doing, and I wanted to go over procrastination blaster.
Procrastination blaster. That's a great one. We can do that.
Well, I put it in a couple times, and you haven't even acknowledged it, but you probably have so much stuff you're reading.
I've got like 47 windows open right now, trying to keep everybody balanced.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put it in the Zoom.
Okay. So can you guys on the Namisha's raising Is this an old hand raised, Namisha, or is this a new one?
No, David, I quickly wanted to ask you, is the bucket listing anything, or are we focusing on specifics?
We're going to do what we call a brain dump type of a bucket list.
Okay.
So
Cool.
this could be anything you want, right? So
Okay,
let's talk about the concept. Let me share my screen. Let me do a screen split so that I can actually, you guys can actually see me as well. Just give me one moment here.
You do have a brain split right now.
I have a what? All right. So can you guys see?
You are split. You can see you and the thing. Your thing was bigger previous, just a moment ago.
All right. Let me just go ahead and make this bigger for you guys. All right. So for those of you who are first timing it with us, this is probably one of the most important techniques that I can share with you for learning how to work on yourself. Okay. Usually when we're dealing with big level stuff, our nervous system has what we call a negativity bias. Okay. And that means that whatever is the biggest, nastiest, most heinous thing in our lives, our nervous system is going to force us or impel us to deal with that one first because it's the biggest threat to us. And that's fine if somebody else is going to be guiding you through the process. Remember, if it's the biggest, nastiest Godzilla level threat that we've ever experienced, then it's also the one that we've had the greatest amount of failures getting rid of, right? And so one of the things we need to understand is that the brain sorts for what's familiar. And if you have if you've been dealing with a problem for 20, 30 years and you failed with it every time, or have more often than not, you fail with it, your unconscious mind is going to look at the problem. It's going to look at what you did. It's going to look at the results you created, and it's going to do it again. Now, that's not logical. It's not rational. It's just how we've evolved. So the problem that you have a lot of times when you want to fix something and you have a brand new technique, which is what we do, we're novelty seeking creatures. And so what happens is we're always looking for the next new thing. And if we have a huge amount of failure rates with a particular issue, and we're really committed to getting past it, we try all these different things. The problem is that we are using basically a level 1 technique against a level 20 opponent. So how many of you are familiar with the concept of video games? And just type it in the chat if you are, because that's about all I can see right now between all the different screens I've got going on. Right. Perfect. Okay. So you guys know that when you play a video game, most people, unless you bought a character from somebody, you enter that video game and you're at level 1, right? And you're going to go out and you're going to build that character up. But can a level 1 character take on a level 10 monster? Yes or no? Right? It should be self-explanatory. But the reason I bring that up is because in order to take on the level 10 monsters, you have to take your level 1 character and level it up. You have to get experience. And you have a concept called experience points, right? You go out, you kill so many monsters at a level 1, you go to level 2. All of a sudden, you get tougher, you get stronger, you get more skills, more abilities, more capabilities. You go out, you kill level 2 monsters, you go to level 3. And so on and so on and so on. But if any of you have ever played a video game, especially some of these massive online role-playing games, you ever watched a newbie character, like a first level character, accidentally wander into a level 10 killing field? What happens? Doesn't work out well for the level 1 character, does it? Exactly. That is exactly the dynamic that you're setting up anytime you take a brand new technique and go after your biggest problem with it. Is it possible that the level 1 character could defeat the level 10? It's possible, but it's probably not likely, right? Now, this is an important metaphor because so much of how our nervous system works is based on experience, based on what has happened to us in the past. Now, from an evolutionary perspective, this dealing with the biggest problem first Makes perfect sense. From a personal development perspective, it works too if we have people who are guiding us through processes. But when we're trying to do this on ourselves, we have to actually invert that process. We have to flip the script. We have to level the playing field. And the way that we do that is through the technique I'm going to share with you. We call it, we used to call it bucket listing. We now lovingly call it shit listing because it's about clearing shit. There's two versions of it, and it's designed to help you on multiple levels at the same time. So I'm going to walk you guys through this. I hope you guys have a piece of notebook paper or something that you can write on or write with to follow along with this, because this is going to be a pretty important piece in your personal development puzzle. Because if you don't do shit lifting or bucket listing, you'll often find yourself overwhelmed by the same exact monsters you've been overwhelmed with in the past because you don't have the history of success necessary to it. But just the process of bucket listing will actually start to shift things inside of you. So I'm going to rely on you guys posting things in the chat. Hopefully I'll see them as I'm guiding you through this. But this is a piece that is really worth taking the time to internalize. Okay, so let's start with bucket listing. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to, ooh, that's really small. You see that? Get a piece of paper. Wow, why is that so small? Holy cow, Batman. All right. I don't know why that's so small, but we'll fix that really quick. All right, it's still really small. All right, so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to get a piece of paper. Okay, and you're going to basically label it. I'm going to draw this in. Or maybe I'll insert a table. Do it this way. So you're going to take your piece of paper. That's my piece of paper. And you're going to divide it by 2, just like so. Side 1 and 2. And what you're going to do is on side 1, you're going to list everything you want to fix. You're just going to brain dump it onto a sheet of paper. All right. So let me make this just a little bit smaller so you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. So maybe maybe one of my things is fear of spiders. Maybe another one is self-sabotage. Maybe another one is procrastination. Maybe I have social anxiety. Maybe I'm really angry about something, right? Now you notice that as I list these, let me just kind of delete the little line thingy here. You notice that all I'm doing is I'm just brain dumping, right? I don't care what order, what sequence, whatever it is. What I care about is that these are things that have been bothering me. There's things I've been carrying around. All I want to do is write them down on a piece of paper. Okay. I want to get them out of my system and onto a page. Just the act of externalizing your stuff causes a shift in how your neurology thinks about them. It causes you to begin to actually process this information differently. So this is what we call a brain dump kind of a bucket list. Now, there's another kind of bucket list that we can look at. This is called a thematic bucket list. With a thematic bucket list, all of the things on my list have something to do with a specific topic. So maybe my topic is fear. And now I'm going to list all the things I'm afraid of. You know, spiders, poverty, being manipulated, lied to, embarrassed. Okay, so you notice that all the things on my list are related to things I'm afraid to or afraid of, right? Now, why is this important? Well, sometimes a lot of our issues are centered around a specific theme. And if we want to be systematic about it, this is a good way to do it. So whether you're doing a thematic bucket list or just a basic brain dump, they both work because you're going to do the exact same process either way. So now what am I going to do? So now once I've got my list, I'm going to assign on a scale of 0 to 10, how bad is it? How bad is it? Right? Let me make this just a little bit smaller. Okay. Self-sabotage on a scale of 0 to 10. How bad is it? Right? Procrastination, scale of 0 to 10. How bad is it? Social anxiety, 0 to 10, right? I'm going to assign each of these a number, okay? So let's say for spiders, it's a 9. Let's say for self-sabotage, it's a 6. For procrastination, a 7. For social anxiety, it's an 8. And maybe, just maybe, my anger is only a 3. Right? So you notice that I've got, in no particular order, the things that I want to change or things I want to clear. Right? I've assigned each one a charge scale of 0 to 10. Once I have that, then I'm going to go to my opposite side of my page. And I am going to reorganize these I'm going to reorganize these from lowest sabotage. This involves numbers, so you just have to give me a minute, folks. Anger, self-sabotage, procrastination, social anxiety, and fear of spiders. So now what I've got is a list that takes me from the lowest charge to the highest charge. This gives me a continuum to work with, right? Just the act of going from a brain dump to establishing a charge to reorganizing them from lowest to highest causes you to do something called metacognition. Metacognition is the ability to think about thinking or have feelings about feelings. The act of measuring this moves you from a more associated state to a more dissociated state, which means that you actually now have the ability to influence these things because you're no longer trapped in them, right? Just this level of the bucket listing process creates massive transformations and the ability to move beyond your current stuck states. So before we go any further into this process, does anybody have any questions about the bucket listing process? Snapcrown saying, I've noticed on all your videos, even when you talk, how it takes to trance. Yes. Yes, it does. I spent a lot of years developing that ability. What is part B? Part B, once again, is where you take, let me jump out of this really quick. So part B is where you take all of the things you've listed over here and you assign, I assume you're talking about this. You assign a number to each one, and then you transfer this list to the other side of the page in lowest to highest order. So up here is your 3, down here is your 9, and then all the other numbers in between. Now, this is a basic, just get it done. You cannot see the screen, John says. Screen's pretty big, John. I can probably zoom it in a little bit. Is that better? Okay. So now this is really important because, again, if you don't do this, the inherent default systems in your neurology will make you chase the 9s first. And if I'm someone like me or someone I've trained or a qualified therapist is guiding you through this process, well, that's fine. You can go after Godzillas, right? And that's what I call them. The 9s, the 8s, the 7s, they're the Godzillas in the system. But most of us are operating with Bambi level techniques because we don't know them well enough. We don't have a long enough history of success utilizing those techniques that the nervous system feels confident in letting it work. So for those of you who are going to work on yourselves by yourselves, this is almost not even an option. You have to do it. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time and energy fighting yourself. Yes, AJ, very much like game levels. And if you think of it like game levels, it's going to be easier for you, right? So many things get easier when we make games out of them, right? It's a very weird thing about human beings is that the more pleasure we get from an experience or the more we find ways to make it fun or think about it in a game-like way, the faster we get it. The faster we get it. All right, so this is the first phase of your bucket listing. So what I'd like you guys to do, okay, I want you to take maybe 5 or 10 minutes if you haven't done it already and make this bucket list for yourself. Now, you can do the brain dump, which is what I have here, or you can do the thematic one. Either way, it's going to be exactly the same. You're going to take all of the things that you've listed in your brain dump side. You're going to assign a number to them, right? And you're gonna take that same list and you're gonna engineer them over here, and you're gonna do them in the reverse order. So embarrassed, sorry, lied to, being manipulated, embarrassed, poverty, spider, right? So again, all I've done here is I've taken the exact same list, and I've just reordered them so the least is at the top, the most is at the bottom. And this becomes the order in which you tackle your stuff. Now, I like, whenever possible, I like to do it this way. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna explain that. I just want you to, let's just get this part of it done so that as we work through things, you have it. Yes, John, you always tackle the easiest stuff first, which is not going to be your impulse. Your impulse is going to be to go after the biggest, most painful, most heinous things in your world, and that will ultimately be the toughest things you face. We want to flip the script on that. We want to train ourselves up. We want to level up our technique, and we have to do that by fighting smaller monsters first. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys, it's 12:46 p.m. Pacific time right now. So what I want you guys to do, I want you to take 5 or 10 minutes, and all I want you to do is create your list. Okay. And then when you're done with your list, just type done in your chats, whether you're on, if you're in the Zoom, just type done into Zoom chat. If you're on YouTube, when you're done, just type done. And we'll go from there. There will be a bit of a lag between when you hear me talking and giving you the instructions on the Zoom channel versus when they show up in YouTube. So just, allow for that. But if you really want to kind of get a handle on this technique or how this is done, then this is how we do it. Okay. This also gives you a roadmap of when we go through different techniques and things of that nature. It tells you exactly what you want to work on next, right? You just want to knock things off your list. Be very systematic about it. There's Oriana. And okay. So go ahead and do that. So Delilah's asking, I have listed mine, and what if an issue is a 9, intensely worrying, but also very urgent? I would actually separate those out. I would separate the intensely worrying from the urgency and give the urgency its own rating. And I'll explain why that is later. It's something I've noted, I learned with clients many, many years ago. Okay. Hi from Colombia. Hello, Colombia. Alex is saying, would it be fair to say that all changes are reframes? Yes and no, Alex. And let me explain that because it's actually a very good insight. One of the things you can do with people, if you're good at it, is you can teach them how to reframe a particular experience. And when the system accepts the reframe, many times the challenges go away. But there's another side to that as well, and that is this: is many times the sign of a successful intervention is a spontaneous reframe. And what that means is, like, for example, somebody has a fear of spiders or a fear of self-sabotage, or they have self-sabotage, right? Fear of self-sabotage and the self-sabotage are actually two separate issues. So if you find yourself with a problem and then also a fear of that problem, that's two separate issues. You should log that separately. That's a big deal. Okay, it's a bigger deal than most people think. But what happens a lot of times, if I have someone take something out, point to where they feel it, spin it, put it back in, all of a sudden they'll go through a clearing process, and at the end of that clearing process, they have this spontaneous revelation that causes them to think about the experience in a completely different way than they used to. That's a spontaneous reframe. So one of the things that you'll find, the hallmark of a successful intervention, is that it either directly treats the issue by reframing it, or it results in a spontaneous reframe. And I've pretty much seen that in 100% of the successful clients that I've had. They can't go back to thinking about the issues the same way again, or in some cases, teaching them another way to think about it makes the problem go away because they're different now, right? So reframe is always a part of the equation. It's just not always the active ingredient in what's creating the change. It's the result of the change in many cases. So questions from the YouTubers. Take the path of least resistance. In some cases, yes. Like game levels, yes. What if all problems seem to be 7 to 10? That's fine. All problems they will be high level because that's what's dominating your consciousness right now. They're the biggest, loudest, most obnoxious things. There's a way to parse this even into a much finer bucket list, and I'm battling with myself right now because I want to teach it to you, but it might cause more confusion at this level than I want to navigate. Because again, I'm splitting my attention right now. Honestly, guys, I'm splitting my attention between two different platforms, and mostly I'm interacting with you guys through a chat channel. We have some Zoomers in here who are live and can ask questions and stuff. But because of the unique dynamics of today and what the universe decided was going to happen, you're all getting a snapshot into what goes on behind the scenes at Planet David, and I'm having to do it in a very, very adaptable way, which I'm grateful for because I can do that because I've been in so many different weird situations because of all the different platforms that we work with. But this is what we have right now. So I want to make sure that you guys come away with something that's actionable, that's understandable, and that will keep giving you benefits if you continue to do it. No. Thank you. Maros is asking, hello, Doc. Is there a question?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if this is relative or not. You can say it's not, and that's fine. Sometimes defining what sabotage is, sometimes we forget what it is, so we don't know how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
whether it's relevant to this, I don't know.
Well, again, self-sabotage is its whole study in and of itself. And if you want to be super technical, every single thing that limits us in any way, shape, or form is actually self-sabotage. Because who's doing it? We are. Right? This is the big thing to understand. Nobody made you the way you are but you. Things happen to you. Yes, shit happens. Shit happens to all of us. But we are not the way we are, in spite of what you might think. We are not the way we are because of the things that happen to us.
Now, I know there's a lot of people out there who went through some heinous shit. They're saying, what the fuck are you talking about, Dr. David? We are not the way we are because of the things that happen to us. We are the way we are because of the way we recorded the things that happened to us and the way we've been relating to those recordings. I'm going to say that 2 more times because it needs to be emphasized. And again, other people and other experts may say something different. Okay, if they can get the results I get as fast as I get them using that model, great. If not, STFU and follow the instructions, right? But here's how it works. Something happens to us, it traumatizes us, but the trauma itself is a recording. The things that happen to us happen arguably one time. And we replay those recordings over and over and over again as if they're actually happening. But the thing is, and this is really important, is that every time we replay those memories, the memories change because memory isn't remembered so much as it's reconstructed. So the memories that you have, that you've been replaying for however many years that you've been replaying them, they're not even accurate. They're imperfect recordings of things that happened to you one time, and the rest has been repetition of those events, consciously or unconsciously, ever since. Now, the beautiful part about that is that you're the one that made those recordings in the first place. What the nervous system creates, the nervous system accepts. What the nervous system creates, the nervous system can change. So I know we started off with this little dissertation or this little squirrel trail talking about self-sabotage, right? And then I said all things that are holding us back, everything on that list, believe it or not, is self-sabotage, technically, because we're doing it to ourselves. The question becomes is why are we doing it to ourselves and what needs to change for us to stop, right? And for most of us, a lot of times, it's just finding where those particular memory files are stored, venting the emotional charge, reprocessing the experience, and letting that part of us that's locked in that little container realize the event is over. That alone has massive therapeutic ramifications before you apply any real other technique, right? You know, Richard Bandler would like to say one of the biggest things that holds people back is that they confuse 2 things. They confuse thinking with remembering. And as a hypnotist and everything adjacent to it, I have found that to be 1000% true. We don't think as nearly as much as we spend time remembering. And that's important. So hopefully that helps some people. All right. Has everybody gotten done with their rudimentary bucket list? Can we move on with the next phase of this operation? Right? All right. So now let's look at the lowest thing on your let's do this. Let's get even more simple. Pick the I want you guys to look at the number 9s on your list or the 10s or whatever it is. I want you to stop for a moment. Let me jump out of the screen share so you guys can see me. So what I want you to do now is I want you to think about that number 9 experience that you have. Okay? And I want you to imagine now you could cut it in half. What does a half of that feel like? That half becomes your 5. Take that. What does half of a 5 feel like? That becomes your 2. Take that. What does half of the 2 feel like? That becomes your 1.
Now go through your experience and find things in your life that match those levels. Okay. The reason I'm saying that is because most of you are commenting that most of your stuff is 7s, 8s, and 9s, right? If you want to get the biggest bang for your buck from the bucket list, you got to start with 1s, 2s, and 3s. But we don't have a good idea of what a 1 might be, right? Well, think of something that's just an annoyance, like you spill your coffee. Level 1, right? You stub your toe, level 2 or 3, right? You trip and fall, level 4, right? Think of things in those in that 1, 2, 3, and 4 range, and enter those on your list too, and try to list as many 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s as you can find. Okay? This is called the experience point process, right? Why? Because the more 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s we can list, the more monsters we can kill, the more reps we get in, the more enhanced our techniques become. Okay? Does that make sense? So spiritually aware is asking, do we really control our own thoughts though? Or is it all about intention? Well, what is intention? What's attention? What's the difference between intention and attention? Right? Delilah says, very clever. I have my moments. I have my moments. All right. So let's go ahead and take another 5 or 6 minutes, really, really quick. I know I'm talking a lot because I know people hate dead space. Do we reframe our 10s to 1s? No, you do not, John. This technique, we can use reframing, but we're going to do much more direct, much more strategic, almost surgical types of interventions on the vast majority of stuff on our list. Reframing can handle a lot of things, but for deeply embodied trauma, it's often the long road. It's very hard for the nervous system to accept a new way of thinking about something if the body feelings haven't been changed first. Okay, so one of the and again, this is one of the hallmarks of our particular approach to working with the mind and the emotions, is through the body. And it's not something I would have chosen. It's something that just evolved from just constantly working. The fastest way to change how a person behaves is to change the way they feel. Fastest way to change how a person feels in their body is to change your body feelings first. That's the core of killer influence training. On our 2-day state control modules, where we're teaching you how to use your mind and body to become this generator of influence wherever you go, how to turn it on and off like a switch, how to amplify it like a dimmer or an equalizer to make it super strong or super weak. That's all day 1 and 2 of killer influence training, right? And the whole point of it is to make you practically bulletproof and practically irresistible in terms of your emotional charisma, right? Therapeutically, it's also based on this idea that everything human beings do is in response to a feeling they want more of, or a feeling they want a whole lot less of. Okay. And so it's all connected. I think I might be going off on a tangent here.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Spiritually Aware is asking, if you're just sitting on the couch and the thought of having a coffee pops into your head, your only choice is to either act on that decision and make coffee or ignore it. Did I really choose it? The answer is yes. It reminds me of a phrase I think is attributed to Carl Jung. I think he said, do people have thoughts or do thoughts have people? Right? And we could debate.
What's that other one? Do robots dream of electric sheep?
Oh God, now we're getting all science fictiony. All right. Okay. So have you guys gotten some 1s, 2s, and 3s? You know, what might be a potential 2 or 3? Somebody farts in the elevator, right? Your girlfriend goes to kiss you with really bad breath. Okay. All right, so here we go. So now we're going to go, I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me find the page I want to share with you again. Okay, this is, where is it? There it is. This is called the transformational triad. Let me just share my screen here. Where'd it go? Okay, this is called the transformational triad. It encompasses 3 techniques. Magic frame.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
And let me go ahead and mute everybody because clearly somebody forgot to mute. All right. So transformational triad is 3 techniques. That's what we're going to cover today in terms of clearing our bucket lists, right? And then after we've gone through that, then I'm happy to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about in the time that we have left. But just for my edification and so that I'm feeling somewhat more secure. You guys enjoying this so far? Are you guys having fun with this? Oops.
You know, I believe it's like you stated earlier that there was a reason why it kind of changed into this classroom style today. So I'm really appreciating this.
Well, good. I'm glad. Okay. For cursing excessively is like a 2 for me. Okay. All right. I think we're good. So this is the triad. So the first one we're going to talk about is the magic frame. One of the things that in the years and years and years and years of practice that I've been doing this, one of the things I've dealt with repeatedly for people is things go away. Why is that so tiny? That's still not, that's okay. Hopefully you guys can see that. Things that go away and come back. Anybody ever have this problem? You have this issue, you go get treated. By the time you get home, it's back, or it gets down to a certain level, and then it just doesn't get any better, right? So the technique for that is called the magic frame. The magic frame is specifically designed to clear negativity that has a reason for staying. This is a little bit different than some of the other things. This is usually involved what we call safety lessons. Safety lessons are rules or addendums that your unconscious mind assigns or appends to certain memories. So for example, let's say that when I was young in my 20s, I was this aspiring entrepreneur and I decided I wanted to build my own business. And so I go out into the world. You don't need to see my screen for this. I go out into the world and I'm going to make my way in the world. And so I put on my big guy pants, right? And I go out in the world and I start building my business. Like when I was a kid, right? Or not a kid, but in my 20s, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. And my dream was to teach martial arts, but I didn't have any money. So I managed to wangle a deal where I did a revenue share with this fitness center. And then I was responsible for getting my own students, but I didn't have any money. I didn't know how to market. I didn't know anything. So I had to learn, right? One of the first things I did was I had to build my own lead boxes. You guys probably don't remember, back in the day, you used to walk into like a Subway or a McDonald's or a laundromat, and you'd see these little boxes. It says, "Hey, win a free week of classes at such and such," and you fill out your name and your email, or not your email, but your phone number, really, and your address, because this was before. In a lot of cases, this is before the advent of what we consider email marketing, right? And you put it in the little box, and then a week or two later, you'd get a call saying, "Hey, you won a free lessons," and of course, they would use that to try and sell you into a membership and stuff like that. Those were called lead boxes, right? I couldn't afford them. They were too much money to just go and buy them. So I went to every Florsheim shoe company I knew. And at the time, they had these boxes that were just beautiful black and metallic gold trim. They were called the Royal Imperial boxes. And I would collect as many Royal Imperial boxes as I could find. I would go home and I'd be doing surgery on these boxes for hours. And I literally made my own lead boxes. I made my own forms. And I would go to different toy stores and different places, and I would put those out. I would walk the walk by hand, right? So that's what I did in my 20s. That's how I built my first business. All right. So I'm not talking about me specifically in this example, but that's what came to mind when I was thinking about it. So you're young, you're aggressive, you're hungry, you want it more than anything else, and you build that business from the ground up. And you work it and you're proud of it. And then 2 or 3 years into it, something comes along and just wipes it out. Right? Maybe a divorce, maybe the economy turned, maybe there was a pandemic, whatever. Something comes along, wipes that business out. Right? But you're tough, you're strong, you're resilient. You're not going to let the world beat you. You're not going to let the world hold you down. You're going to build back better, right? So what do? You start again. You go out, you've made all your mistakes, you know what to do, so it's a little bit easier, you understand it better. So you avoid a lot of the pitfalls that you made the first time, and you build that business, that second business up, and it's building and it's going really, really well, really, really strong. And then 2 or 3 years later, 5 or 6 years later, boom, your partner runs off with the money. You get hit with taxes you didn't know you had. Another pandemic hits, right? People decide they don't want to travel. They want to stay in front of their Zoom cameras, right? Your business goes, it's gone again. You're back to square one. And you're like, oh, but you're not going to quit. You're not going to give up. You've learned things. You've built back better. You've been down before and you've made your way back. You know what that's like. You know how that feels. So you do it again. And this time you're smarter. You're more resourced. You know what to do. You know who to do it with. You know where to do it. You know what to avoid. You know all the right things to say, all the right things to do. All you got to do is pull the trigger. And you can't. Something in you just won't let you take the next step. Why? It's because of a phenomenon we call identification. When you identify with something, in your mind, it's just as much a part of you as your arm or your leg, whatever. And so what happens is, as tough as you think you are, losing that first business traumatized you. And your brain said, and your body said, oh, that hurt. We want to avoid that in the future. And you willed yourself to get up and do it again. And you built it up. You made it successful. And then you lost it. And the pain came back again, and it almost killed you. From the perspective of your paleocortex, it almost killed you. And so, wow, in your unconscious mind, your emotional side is saying, wow, that hurt. I'm glad that's over. And then you decide you're going to do it again because you're not going to quit. You're not going to give up. You're not going to let life beat you, right? And so Your unconscious mind is watching you going, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. He's going to do this again. Each time he's had a business, he lost it and almost killed him. My primary job is to keep him safe and keep him alive. How do I make sure that he survives this? And the unconscious mind, which is way smarter than the rest of us, goes, I got it. If he never starts that business, he can never lose it. And if he can never lose that business, he can never have this feeling ever again. And without your conscious permission, without your conscious consent, without consulting you, your unconscious mind flips a switch, writes an addendum on those experiences and says, no more. And from that moment forward, you can't move. Anybody ever have those experiences where you've been in a lot of this happens a lot with dating, right? We've been burned 2 or 3 times by Mr. Wrong, Mrs. Wrong, whatever. And then the perfect one comes along. We know it because we've seen all the bad ones and we can't even say hi. Why? Safety lessons. Your unconscious mind looks at that situation, looks at its file, say, have we ever had this experience? Oh shit, no, we ain't doing that again. Right? Because it doesn't believe that you learned the lesson. It doesn't believe that you can now know how to navigate this situation better than the time before. All it knows is what you've done, what you've experienced. And it will not let you move forward until you can convince that part of your mind, your brain, if you want to use the brain, that you've learned that lesson and it's okay to let the rest go. And that's the problem that we have, is that if you try to nuke an issue with a safety lesson attached to it, the very system you're trying to change will fight you because it does not believe that you can navigate this situation. It doesn't believe you've learned the lesson until you give it a way to know the lessons are preserved. You guys with me so far? Does this make sense? Okay.
Absolutely makes great sense. And it's a different perspective than how I've trained myself to think. And it kind of brings it into a different perspective to allow me to look at myself differently. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So the question now here's where, how many people here have ever like cooked food? Anybody? Anybody here ever made soup? Anybody here ever made like French onion soup? Okay. You ever made soup? You ever make soup from scratch? Some of us have, some of us haven't, right? Here's my next question. You ever try to unmake soup? Right? It's way easier to make soup than to unmake soup, isn't it? Right? Because all the things are mixed together. That's exactly how these safety lessons work in connection to your issues. The unconscious mind doesn't have a real good way, in many cases, to reach into a memory complex, pull out the lessons, keep those, and let the rest go. And more often than not, it behaves like an all or nothing affair. So what will happen sometimes, and the way you diagnose this, and I have to be careful using that word, the D word, the way you diagnose if you've got safety lessons that are getting in the way is, does the problem go away and then come back? Or when you apply the intervention, does it get better and better and better? And then it reaches, like, if it started at like a 7, 8, or 9, and you keep applying the interventions and it gets better and better and better, and then it reaches like a 1 or 2, and then it doesn't move anymore. Safety lessons. So the 2 ways that we diagnose this: does it go away and come back? Does it reach a certain level and then stop? Or does it not affect it at all? Very rare that happens, right? Usually if you're applying these interventions and you get no effect at all, you've asked the wrong questions. You literally, that's what it is. You've asked the wrong question. You missed something, right? Okay. So if you look at the transformational triad, which seems to have disappeared. Hold on a second. Here we go. When you look at the transformational triad, you'll see at the apex of the triad is the magic frame. And so when you're out in the world and you need to deal with something really, really fast, you always start with magic frame. Now, why is that? Because if a safety lesson's involved, you're going to have to deal with it anyway. So magic frame, in addition to dealing with safety lessons, is also a primary intervention. It will help you either nuke the problem completely or put such a big dent in it that it's actually way easier to use one of the follow-up techniques to finish it off. So you're always going to be working in various configurations or various combinations of the transformational triad, right? And you can link these together ad infinitum in whatever way works to resolve it. Okay, you can just spend all of your time weaving in and out of these things. So let's play, shall we? All right. You guys are going to follow along with me. I want you to close. I want you to look at the first entry on your list. Hopefully it's a 1 or a 2 or a 3. Close your eyes. Think about that thing. Point to where you feel it. As you point to where you feel it, if there was a picture floating somewhere in the space around you that represented that experience or constellation of experiences, a picture that you could reach out and touch, where would you reach out to touch it? First impression. Always go with your first impression. Where would you reach out to touch it? Physically take your hand, reach out and touch it. Now take the other hand, using both of your hands, trace the outline of that picture so you know exactly how big it is. Once you've got that, imagine you can grab it, physically grab it. You got to get your body involved in this. Make the picture bigger and notice what happens to the feeling in your body. Does it get stronger or does it get weaker? It doesn't matter which is which. What matters is that you calibrate the change. Now bring it back to its original size, same location. Slowly pull it closer to your body so you know what that feels like. How do the feelings change? They get stronger? Do they get weaker? Now put it back to its original spot. Now, using your imagination and your body, take your hands and physically draw a big, thick, black frame around that stuff. Now, most of you are probably too young to remember when televisions had real dials and knobs and switches instead of touch screens and remote controls. I want you to feel along the base of that frame. You're going to notice some knobs and switches like on an old style television. Find the knob that controls the brightness or the contrast and turn that knob all the way to the right until the image whites out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. Now turn the knob all the way to the left until the image blacks out completely. Notice how that makes you feel and decide for yourself which one you like better. Okay? Turn the knob. If it's white, turn it to the white. If it's black, turn it to the left. If it's something in between, keep turning the knob until the color you need that makes you feel the best colors that entire screen. That's all you see. Now, once you've got that, take the index finger of your dominant hand and like a stylus on a tablet, there were some messages and some lessons that this feeling and these pictures and the energy connected to it had to teach you, positive or negative. Like a stylus on a tablet, I want you to start writing those lessons on that screen so you can keep all the lessons and let everything else go. Now, some people, they consciously know exactly what those lessons are and they blast them on the screen like it's nobody's business. Other people have no conscious idea what those things are. But the part of you that created those feelings, that created that picture, that created that stylus, that part always knows. So give control of that stylus over to that part and let it write, kind of like automatic writing on that blanked out screen. All the lessons and messages connected that you need to know and understand so you can keep all those lessons and let everything else go. Now, some people just draw squiggles. Some people draw pictures. Every now and then, somebody finds a pocket of rage and writes, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you across the screen. Some people write with both hands simultaneously. They're writing Chinese or Hebrew at the same time. However your body wants to do it, let your body do it and let it express. The screen will scroll like a tablet scrolls. So you have an infinite, unlimited writing space. And just keep writing. So you can keep all the lessons and let everything else go. Keep all the lessons and let everything else go. Just keep writing. Just keep writing. Just keep writing. If feelings and emotions come up, put them on the screen too. As they come up, they come out. As you feel it, you reveal it. As you reveal it, you heal it. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the body. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the mind for all the right reasons. Just keep writing. And when you know you're done, only when you know you're done, reach up, physically shrink that frame down to the size of a postage stamp or even smaller. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change as your other than conscious mind, your autonomic nervous system grabs that teeny tiny frame, moves it up over the top of your head, all the way back beyond the horizon. Feel it sink down below the horizon behind you until it disappears from sight completely. But when you know it's down there, impossible to see, impossible to feel, you know the sound a hammer makes when you're banging on a nail. Feel it nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back. When you know it's nailed back there for all eternity, impossible to come back, test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. And notice what happens instead. Take all the time you need to feel complete. Some people it's fast. Some people you just feel it melting. Just be present with the process and notice it changing. And when you're done, test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. Notice what happens instead. When you feel complete, and only when you feel complete, type done in the chat, and we'll continue with the next part of our process. Beautiful. Where's mine? So you see Delilah's done, Sally's done. Christine's back. Got Taratuccio Official. It's done. Eon Star's done. The nice thing about the lessons is that they're never gone. Everything else is gone. The lessons are retained. Everything else is let go of. Right? The magic frame, the magic sentence in that entire process, keep all the lessons and let everything else go.
What's everything else? Everything else. Lotney says, done. Perfect. All right, give me a report. Tell me what you discovered. Tell me what you experienced. Delilah says, solar plexus lit up and I can breathe. Perfect. Brow Edit says, done. Sally says, calming. So good. So good. Mwah. Molto bene. Shangre says, lightening of the mind, lifting of the spirit. Yay. I rather like that. So Lotney says, felt great bodily joy. Excellent. Amisha says, I feel like my other capabilities came online. 100%. Remember, safety lessons are designed to keep you from doing the thing that you want to do because the unconscious mind believes it puts you in danger. The moment it realizes you're not in danger, you become more of you. I almost started to cry, Teratuccio says. Yeah, that can happen. Let those, by the way, if you're feeling emotions as you're doing this, that's good. The worst thing you can do to yourself is try to think your way through a feeling, or try to stuff down an emotion, or ignore it, or try to push through it, or make it move faster. You just let it happen in the way it's supposed to happen. Okay, as those things melt, they leave. Sean says it's like the difference between a dog and a kennel, and then once you bring it home and it feels safe. Yeah. Yeah. Most of us are living in little cages that we created. Or, as is often the case, we created with other people's help. Right? World of Bliss says relief. Very good. Now, how many of you got it down to a 0 completely? How many of you went from whatever number it was, like a 1, 2, or 3, down to 0? Gone. Poof. AJ, you don't have to consciously distill the lesson. Just let the fingers write. The lesson will emerge. William Spears says it was great. Still at it 2. And Delilah, what was it at before? Okay. Perfect. Perfect. So it's the subconscious. Yes, the subconscious mind is the one that created the lessons, not your conscious mind. Right? As far as your conscious mind is concerned, there's no reason why you can't do what you want to do, but something is stopping you, and that's your subconscious mind, or your unconscious mind. Snapcrown says gone. Very good. All right. So, feels lighter? Excellent. Sally says, my lesson came up with a dozen ways to create and overcome. Yes. How many of you suddenly felt, how many of you noticed that as you were writing the lessons and you started to, either while you were writing the lessons or moving it behind you, all of a sudden you had this like, oh, that's what that's about kind of a moment. It's like, oh shit, I can think about it like that before. Anybody notice that? Okay. Now, let me go back. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 more magic frames. Okay. So Delilah says, I think I failed to design the problem correctly. I'm not sure exactly what that means, Delilah, but okay. Which brings me to something I should probably cover at the risk of maybe, kind of changing our momentum a little bit, but I think it's something that's going to help all of you do our work, the techniques in Planet David, and anybody else's work, by the way. If you take the things that I teach you, you can make other people's stuff work faster. I know that's a big claim, and it's kind of arrogant to say, but it's kind of true. So I want to give you something that will dramatically accelerate your progress in any form of mind work that you want to do. Okay. And that is called the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response. So we're gonna cover that in just a minute. But let me finish my little dissertation on the transformational triad, and then we're going to be kind of weaving in and out of these things. But the reason that I showed you the triad, let me go back to sharing my screen. The reason I showed you guys the triad was because this is where we start. Now, how many of you noticed when you applied the frame, a lot of your shit went to 0, period, just gone? Others noticed that it went from whatever number it was at to a much lower number. And that is exactly why we do the magic frame first. Because if there's a safety lesson attached to the issue, then you'll only get so far in the resolution of the problem before the nervous system pushes back. John, are you on your phone by any chance? No? Okay. Let me see what I can do about that. Is anybody else seeing a really small screen? We'll just do it this way. Okay, I just switched to a. Do you guys like the full screen better, or do you like the split screen? William says, yeah, I had an epiphany. I think that's what it's called. Yes, epiphany, revelation, insight. Okay. All right. All right. So we always start with the magic frame because if there's a safety lesson, this is the exact technique that nukes it. But some of you have already noticed that just doing the magic frame took it from whatever number it was at to a 0. Other people noticed that it took it from whatever number it was at to a lower number. That's exactly what we do, why we do the magic frame. Because if we do the magic frame first and we go from 5 to 0, we don't have to do anything else. You understand? But if we apply a magic frame and we go from a 5 to a 2, well, now we have 2 other techniques we use next or can use next, right? So our standard operating procedure when I'm training therapists and people in this particular methodology, we always start with the magic frame first. Okay. Then we'll go into either energy spinning or color breathing, which we're going to cover as a byproduct of today's training. Oops. Oops. That's not what I want. There we go. I should probably just make a regular picture of this. Full's better? All right. I'm not a big fan of, because this reminds me way too much of a PowerPoint, but, and you're welcome to take screenshots of this, right? These are the techniques that we like to give to everybody, whether you're whatever, regardless of what level of the membership you're at or whatever. We want everybody to know these techniques because these are the techniques that prove the technology that we're teaching you, but they're also the things that you can use anytime, anywhere to make your life better. Now, these are small pieces of a much larger, much more comprehensive set of systems that we've developed at Planet David. But, you know, is that what you need? Do you need our full, complete systems to change everything? Or do you just need a few simple techniques to solve a problem that you're dealing with right now? You get to decide that. Okay. A second. I hate bad grammar.
which is, you wouldn't know. Delilah says she wants the full wizard level. Well, we've been known to do wizardy stuff, right? And that was before we started sticking things to walls. Okay. So, how many of you, just say me in the chat, how many of you still have some of that stuff left? Like it went from a 5 to a 2, like Delilah was saying. Nathan says screen looks okay to me before. Okay. Well, again, I want you guys to get the greatest experience I can give you. If you guys like staring, I'm not a big fan of staring at PowerPoints. I never was. Moments usually back in the day, somebody started putting up a PowerPoint, I started looking for something else to do while they're talking. Right. Full screen's better. Okay. And again, it's your class. So, all right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the next technique just to show you how this works. And so we're going to work from magic frame. Oh, I'm sharing the wrong thing, aren't I? There we go. So we're going to work from magic frame to energy spinning. Okay. So going back to your level 1 or your level 1, whatever you're working on. Some of you are doing level 5s, right? So notice it's changed, but there's some residual left. So point to where you feel it. As you point to where you feel it, close your eyes, look at it with your inner eyes, and notice there's a color, maybe even a series of colors connected to those feelings. What color or colors might that be for you, first impression? Now, you don't got to type it in the chat. Just know what your color is or colors are. Scale of 0 to 10, rate the intensity of those feelings and that color. Then when you've got that, physically reach into that area, grab all of that color, take it out and hold it in your hands in front of you. Make sure you get it all because sometimes it hides. Okay? Keep pulling until you know you've got it all. Sometimes it's like pulling dandelion roots, right? You just keep pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling, and that's okay. Keep pulling it until you know you've got enough of it that changing it, this piece changes all of it. And you'll have a feeling for when that is, right? I'm going to give a few seconds for you guys can just keep pulling, keep pulling, keep pulling. All right. As you hold it in your hands in front of you, notice, did the color change or stay the same? First impression. Now notice it's moving. It's spinning in a certain direction. What direction is it spinning? Maybe it's spinning this way. Maybe it's spinning this way or some kind of weird direction. Just notice what directions it's spinning. And now once you have that, you know what color it is, you know what directions it's spinning. I want you to physically grab it with both of your hands. And I want you to imagine that it's like a ball or something that you can rotate. And I want you to keep changing the direction it's spinning until you find the exact direction that generates the exact feeling that you want to have instead. And when you find that new direction, I want you to spin it like a wheel and double the spin, double the speed, double the force, double the magnitude. Keep doubling it over and over and over again until it takes on a life of its own, until it's impossible for it to go back the way it was. When you know you've got it, slam it back into the spot you took it out of. Notice the change. Notice it's gone. Notice as this new program works its way deeper and deeper and deeper into your system. Any program, any belief, any memory, any experience that's not in harmony with this new set of instructions, your neurology is going to begin to shed. It's going to begin to purge like a snake shedding its skin, like old software being uninstalled by newer, better, more powerful software. There's no need to measure it,
manage it, or make it happen faster. Just notice the process taking place. Allow it to install itself completely. And when you know it's done, it's locked in, test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. Notice what happens instead. Many times, as this new program works its way deeper and deeper and deeper into our systems, our bodies go through all kinds of interesting changes and transformations. Some people break out in a sweat. Some people laugh. Some people yawn. Some people cry. Some people twitch. Some people just feel waves of emotion coming up. However your body does it, it's just your neurology resetting itself. It's just the emotional detox. There's no need to measure it or manage it or make it happen faster. Just notice that process taking place. Allow it to install itself completely. And when you know it's done, it's locked in. Test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. And notice what happens instead. Take all the time you need to let that process take place, to feel complete. And when you know it's done, it's locked in. Impossible to go back. Test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. And notice what happens instead. And when you're satisfied, only when you're satisfied, you can go ahead, stop testing, scan your body, notice what's changed, and tell me what happened. Give me a report. Delilah says, my ears are warm. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Jax has got a hand up.
Yeah, I've been feeling a lot of fatigue in my upper body due to what's going on with me right now. And it just all went away.
Perfect.
All gone.
That never gets old. Rocket, Jax. William Spears says, I breathed a sigh of relief. Scale of 0 to 10, rate the remaining feelings, if any. Delilah says 0. How about that? See? And this is why we do it the way we do it. You start with the magic frame. If it's gone, it's gone. If it's not, go right to the next technique. Delilah says, I'm surprised. You're made of magic, Delilah. It's just nobody showed you how to unlock it. There's nothing broken inside of you. A lot of people would spend a lot of time, energy, money, and resources to convince us all that we are broken. But we're not. Okay. All right. So let's circle back now and talk about something that I think a lot of you have been trained in or have heard me talk about, but maybe haven't had the full spiel. Yes, for lack of the technical term is spiel, right? We're going to talk about the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response. And the reason that we're going to do that is because a lot of you guys are consummate self-improvement fanatics. Most of you have been around the personal development space for a long, long time. And you can get you're probably engaged in or have had exposure to different forms of meditation, self-hypnosis, neuro-linguistic programming. A smaller set of you have been exposed to holographic memory resolution, Ericksonian hypnosis, EFT, matrix energetics, Reiki, pranic healing, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. And I want to teach you something that is profoundly deeper than that, and it controls all of it. Okay, so my 7 is now a 3, perfect. And you're feeling a little bit nauseous. That is actually normal, KW, because your body's purging. So, Christine, is the important comment in relation to the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response? Or was there something else I need to know? Yeah, okay. So yeah, don't be surprised. Drink lots of water, by the way. These interventions, guys, they're very fast, but they're very deep, and they don't stop when the technique stops. So what happens is you'll go in, you will make a very profound transformation or reprogramming, and then the system will start running that program, and then it'll change, and then the things that it changed will change other things, and it'll just domino effect through the body. So when you, and that's why a lot of times when people do these interventions, they break out in a sweat. You'll feel them just get hot all over, or they'll get numb because the energy is released and the body has to remetabolize it in a way that lets it be vented from the system. So you'll get a lot of really bizarre physical manifestations because of this. So it's all the neurology resetting, right? So when weird things happen, it's your body getting better, right? And if nobody tells you this, especially, it's useful to tell you these things up front. You automatically say, "Oh my God, something's wrong," because you're getting a weird feeling, and nobody told you to expect it, right? So any manifestation that you have as a result of these interventions, Nathan says, very emotional, I may be crying still. Yes. And here's the secret to this. Let them happen. You say it 2 more times. Let them happen. Your body is doing what it needs to do to release and recharge and revitalize and restore itself to a higher level. Okay? Right? But the problem is we have this critical faculty in our brain that's constantly catastrophizing. The moment it encounters something it doesn't understand, it wraps a negative narrative to it, which is why we're gonna come back to the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response, because if you don't understand what's supposed to be happening or how to interpret what you're getting, you're going to assign a different interpretation, and that can actually screw you up. Okay? Jax has her hand up.
One question about the numbness is that could that be part of the reason why I'm going through some of the body numbness that I feel because of the work I've been doing?
It's possible. Can I say definitively that that's the case? No. Because usually the numbness that comes up is almost like it's almost like when your arm goes to sleep. Right? Or that, but it's not, when it's not fully numb, but you can tell it's like it's all tingly and almost dissociated.
No, there's no tingly to it. It's just, I don't know if it's, yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Remember, well, this is important. Remember that numbness, physical numbness, is a corollary to emotional numbness. So as you become aware of places that were numb and they start to melt, what you're experiencing is a physical correlate to emotional numbness or stagnation. Denial and apathy are the 2 biggest causes or fundamental forces that lead to physical manifestations of pathologies. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So what happens a lot of times is we experience an injury, mental or emotional, and then we either get angry about it or we get sad about it. So we go from hurt to anger or sadness, sometimes both. From there, we go in, like if we're following the anger trajectory, we go from hurt or injury to anger, from anger to depression, from depression to denial. If we're following the hurt trajectory or the sadness trajectory, we go from hurt, which is a loss, to sadness, to grief, to apathy, to numbness, right? Both denial and apathy both feel numb, right? But what happens is when you start unlocking or thawing that energy, you'll go from the denial to the depression to the anger, and then it's gone. You'll go from the apathy or the numbness to feeling the grief and experiencing it, to the sadness, and then the gratitude, and then it's gone, right? So you have to reverse the trajectory of the emotional toxicity, right? And so, but remember, the parts of your body that govern physical sensation also control and govern subjective emotional sensation. If you want to look at the science behind this, you can go to like PubMed and type in acetaminophen and fear of rejection or pain of rejection, where they literally engineered a context where people would play video games, and the computer program was designed to ignore one person. And as that person felt rejected, they would measure the intensity of that rejection. And then just to see what would happen, they gave that person a Tylenol, and their pain went away, right? And so the outcome of the experiment was they realized that people experience the same parts of your neurology that modulate and control physical pain also control emotional pain. So numbness is one of those things. If you've got an area of your body that's numb and there's no obvious nerve damage, chances are you've got emotion locked in there that needs to come out. Stuck energy. Right? So Celia is asking me, am I a wizard? Sean is saying he's a healer. I'm just a dude who used to wear vests. Right? Aussie girl says, you. You guys having fun? You guys learn anything? All right. All right. So normally what we do is we start with the magic frame, then we go to the energy spinning. Then if we need to, we'll clean it up with color breathing. Now, sometimes we'll go from magic frame to color breathing and then spin out the rest, or we'll just stay with color breathing. But it doesn't really matter which direction around the triangle you want to go or what corner of the triangle you start at. All three can be used. Usually, I take a minimalist approach, right? Because I don't want to do 27 techniques, especially if I'm out in the field. If I'm in a line at Starbucks or I'm waiting in line for a movie, I don't want to do 2 hours of therapy on somebody around all these people just to get the result. I'm gonna remove it in the fastest way possible, right? So, any questions about anything we've covered so far? Brilliantly, I think he's an angel. Brilliantly, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for that. Right. All right. But here's the thing. I'm not special. I've spent a lot of time and energy to learn a lot of things, and I've taken the time and energy to reach out and share these with you. But there's nothing I do that you can't do. Nothing. Not a single thing in the catalogs that of product or trainings that I do that you're not capable of doing, if not better. You just got to want to do it. That's all. Right? Hold on a second. I have to close my door because my daughter is doing her singing lessons. Okay. All right. Someone just called me a cherub. You saw my big belly, didn't you? Yes, my svelte figure has undergone some rapid transformations. We'll see where that leads us. All righty. We're all getting older. I'd like to think of us as leveling up. You know, people ask me how old I am. I say I'm level 60. Because I think it's just better. Right? Because in a video game, the more levels you get, the more powerful you are. Right? So why don't we just change age to level? I'm a level 60, David. Ellen, thank you for that. That's very kind. All right. Did you guys get some water? Drink lots of it because you're going to be purging. Okay. Aussie girl is giving me a diamond. I wish it was a real diamond. All right. So let's go back. Let's talk about something again. We're gonna circle back to the transformational triad and our bucket list, but let's talk about something now that I think you all, and there's a full video, by the way, on this on the channel. It's called the 6 Dynamics of an Unconscious Response. Okay. Let me see if I can find it for you, and I will share it with you. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay, these are the rules by which we create better communication between the conscious and the unconscious mind. This is, if every practitioner on the planet who dealt with the unconscious mind in any way applied these 6 rules, there would be so much less resistance and so much more success, therapeutically speaking. Therapy sessions wouldn't take weeks and months and years, right? It could be done in a few hours many times. Now that's a big claim, and maybe it's not 100% true 100% of the time. But by and large, I have never found an application where the understanding of these 6 dynamics did not make things faster, easier, and more fluid. Okay? So, first rule, dialoguing with the unconscious mind. The unconscious mind always answers first, usually non-verbally. Okay? So, in my earlier videos, like some of the early videos on the YouTube channel where we was talking about lie detection and things of that nature, we talk about kinesics. We talk about something called leakage. You have to understand that the body answers about a half a second, sometimes even more, before the words reach our brain. And if you watch a person's nonverbal responses in that window right before they speak, very often you'll see very, very quickly whether the words match what they said or whether they're saying something they're not feeling. Okay? So remember this, when you are dialoguing with your unconscious mind, the first answer that pops into your head, regardless of how stupid it might seem, how illogical, how unrelated, how nonsensical, is always the right answer. You say that a couple more times in a couple different ways. When you ask yourself a question, the first thing that pops up is almost always, in fact, it's always the right answer. The fact that you don't understand how it relates to the question doesn't matter, because it's the conscious mind trying to make sense of an unconscious response. And that's the problem. Your unconscious mind, your deep autonomic nervous system, does not speak exactly the same language that your conscious mind does. Your conscious mind thinks and speaks in words and language like French or Hebrew or Italian, right, or German or Chinese. Your autonomic nervous system doesn't do that. Your autonomic nervous system works in the language of sensation and metaphor. So visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, gustatory constructs is what it uses to convey its meaning to you. And that's the problem, because when our conscious mind receives that metaphor or that feeling, it doesn't know how to interpret what it's receiving. And so it makes a guess. And sometimes it gets it right. And a lot of times
it gets it wrong. Okay. So if we want to establish better communication with the part of ourselves that controls literally every aspect of our lives, we must learn how to interpret the messages better. Because until you can facilitate that communication, you're never going to trust yourself to the degree that you could. You're never going to be able to tap into the full capabilities of your neurology the way you could. And these understandings can dramatically shorten the learning curve for every other practice. Okay? So remember, first rule, the unconscious mind always answers first. Second rule, it always answers honestly. Now, let me be clear. Let me jump out and look at you face to face for this. When I say the unconscious mind always answers honestly, let me be very clear about something. Your unconscious mind, your autonomic nervous system, does not give a shit about what actually happened. It doesn't care about the facts of the experience. What it cares about is what it has accepted as true. So if I remember an incident when I was 5 years old where I was picked on and bullied by people at my birthday party, regardless of what the video shows, the actual home video shows, what my unconscious mind cares about is what I experienced, not what the video of that event shows. Do you understand the distinction? So when the unconscious mind answers, and I say it answers honestly, it is going to give you its truth, its honest answer, not what factually is correct. What it perceived was happening, the way it recorded what was happening, and how it's modified and morphed since that moment. That is your truth as far as the unconscious mind is concerned. And that's what it will report to you. And that's why as hypnotists, when somebody comes in and they're talking about rape trauma, we believe them. They're talking about an alien abduction, we believe them. We talk about, they start talking about how they went on a date with Bigfoot, we believe them. Right? Why? Talk about past lives. We believe them. Why? Because it doesn't matter what's factually provably true. What matters is what the unconscious mind has accepted and processed as true. Okay? So, the unconscious mind always answers first. It always answers honestly. Number 3, it always feels like you're making it up. Understand that? Answers first, answers honestly, always feels like you're making it up. Now, why might that be? Well, let's think about it. The unconscious mind controls your fantasies. It controls your daydreams. It controls your nightmares. It controls your long-term memory. It controls your short-term memory. It controls your emotions. It controls your heartbeat, your blood pressure, your hormonal balance. It's also the part that makes things up. So when the unconscious mind, the deep autonomic parts of you answer, it will often have a similar quality, like you're making it up, because it didn't originate from the conscious part of your mind. And that's where the problems actually start. Rule number 4, you always have an urge to edit what just came up, right? How many times have you been going through a subconscious process and the guide says, say this or do this or think about this, and something pops into your head, and then another part of you says, well, that can't be right, or that's not what I meant, or what I meant to say was. How many times have you found yourself doing that, especially in a hypnotic process or induction?
right? Congratulations, you just ran headfirst into rule number 4. The dichotomy between what the conscious mind understands, what the unconscious mind sends. Any time during any process that I'm guiding you through or somebody else is guiding you through, and you catch that editing moment, that moment where your brain says, well, that's not what I meant, or that can't be right, or what I meant to say was, tell it to STFU and go back to what actually came up. You guys know what I mean when I say STFU? Shut the flip up, right? Tell your unconscious mind, or tell your conscious mind to shut the fuck up, go to Maui, the big boys are playing, and the big girls are playing, right? Okay, so my point is, the unconscious mind always answers first, always answers honestly, always feels like you're making it up. Take those 3 rules, combine it with urge to edit what just came up, you got 80% of every problem that people have in a hypnotic process, where they feel like the person is being resistant. Nobody's told them that. Nobody's told them that that's normal. That's how it works. And so the moment those things happen, they assign a different narrative. Oh, it must not be working because I can think, or I'm not asleep, or whatever, right? So quick question. Snapcrown's asking, sometimes I feel silent imagination or talking inside like gut instinct of something going to happen. And after sometimes it really happens. Is that subconscious or, yeah, it's unconscious. Your subconscious mind is largely in your gut. It's actually everywhere because it's not a local phenomenon. But your gut is one of the big brains that are connected with your physical well-being and your surroundings. So more often than not, if you're in your body, you'll have a lot more going on in your gut than you will in your head. Okay. Yeah. In fact, one of the reasons that a lot of Qigong practices and Neigong practices, they spend so much time on that lower center is to really reawaken that area and trigger the serotonin that's stored in the digestive tract, which is why if you do that kind of training and meditation properly, you become very grounded, very stable, and feel very, very safe. It kind of sort of resets the vagus in a very interesting way. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's an actual vagal reset because I haven't done the science reviews to really verify that, but it's as close as I can get, which is why I'm a big proponent of old original Taoist practice, because it wasn't a religion. It was a set of practices designed to eliminate human suffering, and everything else grew from that. Let's see here. All right, so unconscious mind always answers first, always answers honestly, always feels like you're making it up. You always have an urge to edit what just came up. Never loud, never linear. Okay, never loud. What does that mean? Many times when the unconscious mind answers you, it will feel like it'll have a far off quality to it, like a whim or a notion in the back of your mind, right? And the reason it has that quality to it isn't because it's weak. It's because it's deep. It's deep in the fascia. It's deep in the organs. It's deep in the interstitial spaces. It's where those patterns are stored and where they're drawn from when the unconscious mind is interpreting or reconstructing an experience. But it's strong enough that it reaches up through all of that to penetrate the membrane between the conscious and the unconscious mind, which is why it has that faint quality. But it's actually the stronger piece. So it'll always have a whim, like a whim or a notion in the back of your mind, kind of an energy to it. The last one is it's now almost never linear. Earlier in today's training, I talked about that most people confuse remembering for thinking. They're remembering something when they believe they're thinking about something. And that is what's driving the bus most of the time in all of our interactions with other people. Have you guys ever just, I don't want to say this while you're looking at me, but I don't really have a choice. Have you ever met somebody and just instantly liked them? Like, you don't know what it is about them. There was just something that seems familiar, something that seems comfortable, something that makes you happy, and you just instantly gravitate to this person, right? Now, conversely, Has there ever been someone that the moment you met them, you fucking hated them and you don't know why? Right? And no matter how nice they were to you, no matter how they tried to make it, it just wouldn't work. Right? I guarantee you, in the vast majority of those cases, what you're dealing with is memory. Something about the way that person speaks, the way they look, the way they dress, the way they smell, remind you of somebody who hurt you in the past. And it's so far in the past, you don't think it's a big deal. But all of a sudden it comes up, you're looking at that person, you have that feeling, those two get linked together, poof. Instant enemy, instant bestie. Right? Most of the connections that we make, all pheromones aside, are because of the memories those people triggered in us about other people who gave us an experience. It's remembering, not thinking. This is why when I was studying Buddhist mysticism with my teacher, Jerry Allen Johnson, and I was studying Taoism, especially medical Qigong, he would say, most of the times when people hurt you, it's not personal. And I'm like, what? He says, it's not personal. Because if somebody else had been in that moment at that time looking the way you looked or talking the way you talked, they'd have been treated exactly the same way. Right? And the funniest metaphor that I can think of to really express this, how many of you have ever been to like an amusement park? Just type yes in the chat if you've been to an amusement park. Right? Like I used to take my kids to Universal Studios or Disneyland all the time. And every now and then, outside of a concession stand or a ride or something, you see these little cutouts, like a hot dog with a hole you stick your face in, right? And now you have you're a hot dog with a face. Then your kid puts your face in there. Now they're a hot dog with a face. You know what? You know the cutouts I'm talking about? That's you. Many times when we interact with people, there's a cutout there, and we're just sticking our face in it, and the person's responding to us like we're the person in the cutout that was originally there. So when people have this weird knee-jerk response to you, understand that it's really not you. And that doesn't make it hurt any less. A lot of times, the shock of it is what gets us. It's the realization that if we've done nothing except show up, it can't possibly really be about us. It's about the memories that we trigger in other people, right? And this is why when I'm teaching things like soulmate attraction and things like that, I really emphasize that you got to clean up your shit. And you've got to, we started the class with 3 magic questions, so we'll circle back to that. You got to clean up your shit, and you got to profile people. You've got to get inside their heads and their hearts and figure out who they are, what they've experienced, because that's going to be a direct indicator of what you are going to experience with that person in that relationship. Yeah, some people are still talking about the rides rather than the cutout idea, right? All right. So, are you guys with me so far? Cool. All right. So, let's review the 6 dynamics. Unconscious mind always answers first, always answers honestly, always feels like you're making it up. You always have an urge to edit what just came up. It's never loud. It's never linear. As we go through our processes, when you're working on your bucket list, apply the 6 dynamics. Okay. One more thing about it's never linear. Now, we may or may not do this today because We still got about an hour and 40 minutes-ish, but that can go by really quick depending on what we're doing. When I'm working with a client and I need to go after the really heavy duty stuff, I'll often say, there's a feeling you've been having, a feeling you want to change, feeling that has everything to do with why you're here today. In a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to fly back on the wings of time to the very first scene, situation, or event that is the source, the beginning, the root cause of that problem that you came here today to fix. 1, 2, 3, boom, inside or outside. That's what we call an affect bridge. It's a bridge from the present time into the past. Now, here's where it gets weird. If you don't understand the terrain. Someone comes in, they're 35 years old. They got divorced at 33. And the pain of the relationship is still with them. They can't let it go. They can't move on. They're stuck. They come into my clinic. They say, hey, I can't get past this divorce I went through and everything that went with it. I say, okay. I accept them as a client. I put them in the chair. I'm talking to the boss, which is the unconscious mind. And I say, there's a feeling you've been having, a feeling you want to change, a feeling that has everything to do with why you're here today. On a count of 5, you're going to fly back on the wings of time to the very first scene, situation, or event that is the source, the beginning, the root cause of this challenge, this problem that you're facing here today that you want to change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the feeling. All of a sudden, they're 4 years old. They're in their parents' living room. They're watching their parents argue over money. And the person in the chair goes, what? The conscious mind is saying, how does that have anything to do with my divorce? It has everything to do with your divorce, specifically about the pain that you can't let go of. Your unconscious mind does not group memories by the time they happened. Okay? It groups them by what they have in common. Say that 2 more times. Your unconscious mind does not connect memories based on when they happen. It connects them by what they have in common. And it's those commonalities that give you the non-linearity that we're talking about. When a person walks in at 35 years old, they had a trauma that happened at 33 years old, they think the trauma is the problem. They think that that event at 33 is the problem. It's not. It's the most recent link in a long sequence of things that started usually between the ages of 0 and 5. Okay? And in order for us to fully alleviate the problems, we have to go back to that initial sensitizing event and clear it there. And so many times, when we tell the unconscious mind to take us back to the very first scene, situation, or event that is the source, the beginning, the root cause, where we wind up is very different than where we expected to go. And that will happen. I promise you, it's not an if. I promise you, if you stay with this work for any length of time, you will encounter this over and over and over again. Almost none of us are the way we are because of something that happened recently. It's connected to a long string of similar things that go back to usually between the ages of 0 to 5. Okay? So does that answer the not linear question better? Guys, I'm going to play with my volume here. Is this better or is this better? This is the first one. This is the second one. Which one's louder? About the same? Okay. Well, clearly that's not my problem. All right, then I don't think the volume that you guys are experiencing is on my end because I'm adjusting I've got my mic gain turned up as high as I can get it. So unless there's a Unless there's something going, unless this mic is getting ready to die on me, which is entirely possible. It's an older mic. We'll see. But the volume quality is coming in and out, right? It's not consistently low. True or not true? So Ellen's asking me, can I just see you and have you remove all the blocks? Yes. Yes, you can. I do see clients. For those of you who, is this thing on? Yeah. I see clients. So for those of you who actually want to work with me, we offer all prospective clients a free 30-minute consultation to determine if your case is a fit for our methods. After you pass our screening, we'll discuss strategies and tactics for helping you get your situation resolved in the shortest amount of time possible. If we can help you, we'll tell you. If we can't help you, we'll tell you that too, right? So David at NLPPOWER.com. And then, of course, you go to davidsnyder.com. And there's a little form on davidsnyder.com where you can actually schedule a consultation. So I'm going to put this in the Zoom chat here. And I'm also going to put that in the YouTube chat. So for those of you who would like to work with me personally in a one-on-one private situation, I do see clients. Go to davidsnyder.com and schedule a free 30-minute consultation. We'll run through strategies and tactics for helping you get your situation resolved in the shortest amount of time possible. That's my pitch. All right. So Delilah says, no way, I can't help any human still breathing. Okay. Well, here's the thing. And again, I'm not known for my humility, but I truly believe that our technologies can, in fact, help just about everybody. No, nothing works on everybody, but everything works on somebody. The problem is that there's only there's a much smaller population who's actually ready and willing to accept this work or will pursue this work. And trying to chase, for those of you who logged in earlier when I was coaching Josh, he's discovering that now. He just graduated our Influential Healer Mastery Coaching Program, which is a year-long program. And he's discovering that a lot of the people that he could help, they don't want his help. Even for free, they don't want it. Right? And that's the tragedy of our work, is that we have the tools, even without any certifications, just learning the techniques from the channel that we teach the public for free. You already have the potential to go out there and transform anyone you encounter if they're willing to do the work. They don't even have to believe it's possible. They just have to want the change. And that to me has been the biggest deciding factor in who's successful with this and who isn't. Not whether they believe it can happen to them or they deserve it, but whether they actually want the change. And to the degree that they want the change, these things can work very, very well. Okay. All right. So Christine is saying, sometimes that may be too many things. Sometimes more things come up and you have no idea what will come up once other things are resolved. It's like an endless amount of things that are still there and we don't know what will be next. Well, Christine's been around Planet David for a very, very long time. She's got just about every product. She's been to every training, or just about every training. And she's worked with a lot of people. And she's talking from a place of something. There's always going to be something next in the pipeline. So as long as you're in a body on planet Earth, you are never actually done. And anybody who teaches you otherwise is trying to sell you something. Okay? Max says, Buddy says, I got a new credit card so I can buy his courses now. You guys are funny. Oh, I love this one. The mass of men live in quiet desperation. The Jedi go to Planet David. So Nathan's saying when I pull away from the mic, it's harder to hear. That's probably true. I have my late night DJ moments where I'm like, hey, let's talk about something really cool right now, right? But normally I don't like sucking on the mic. It looks like I'm doing something homoerotic on the microphone. So anyway, so where was we? So we've done the magic frame. We've done energy spinning once. We've learned bucket listing. We talked about the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response. Yes or no? That's a lot, right? That's a lot. All right. So let's you guys want to knock some more things off your bucket list? So Snapcrown is saying, sir, you should do more DJ voice.
You got to make love to the football. You got to hold it in your arms.
Actually, now it sounds fine. Yeah, I have the feeling that maybe, just maybe, my microphone is starting to. I've had this microphone for several years. It might be giving up the ghost, so it might be time to upgrade. But we'll see. So Madkins Roofing says, "Hey, longtime listener, first time caller. I appreciate your work." Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for showing up. Shimon says, "Coast to coast." Helen says, "I missed the first part, but hell yeah." Tartusio says, Tartusio Oficiales. I'm hope I'm pronouncing that right. I read the book that you recommended by Chris Voss with the late night FM DJ voice. Yes. By the way, Wolfman David, you're not wrong. You got to make love to the football. Yeah. Some people don't even remember who Wolfman Jack was, right? But anyway, one of the best things that you can actually do for yourself is actually get some kind of voice training. Your voice is exceptionally powerful, much so beyond what regular voice trainers teach you. But those are things that are really kept secret. But I'm digressing, right? You guys want to knock some more stuff off your bucket list? You want to explore a different topic? This is your call, so you tell me. What do you guys want to do? World of Bliss says I'm rewatching at least twice. Ellen says, I remember you said that actors are the best at this type of work. I still believe that, honestly.
Procrastination blaster.
Okay, thank you. I really believe that actors are natural hypnotists. I think that's their whole craft, is to suck you out of your world, suspend your disbelief, and pull you into theirs. So you'll never go wrong by getting good acting training, good voice training. These are attributes that will always serve you no matter what theater of engagement you're in, right? Okay. So let's do one more thing on our bucket list. Right. Let's do one more thing on our bucket list. And this time we're going to go into color breathing. Right. So you have an exposure to each of the transformational triad. You have the 6 dynamics of an unconscious response. You have your bucket list and how to do the basic version of that. Christine, the book that I read on the method was one of the originals. It was the Stanislavski method. It was called An Actor Prepares by Konstantin Stanislavski. It's a very old book. But I actually took acting lessons. I was already an actor for many years before I went into my first acting class, which was kind of an interesting juxtaposition. AJ's asking how to get voice training. Jonathan Altfeld has a great program on training your voice. He is actually a leading expert, one of the old guard in neurolinguistic programming. And a lot of my students really, really loved his Build a Better Voice program. I think I forget exactly what it's called, but if you Google Jonathan Altfeld, if you just put Jonathan Altfeld NLP, I'm sure his websites will come up. Lanitson says, can I remove fear with spinning? 100%. In fact, I've used not just me, but many people have used spinning on all kinds of fears, from math phobias to fear of heights to airplanes, public speaking, you name it. Nathan says, I think at this point, as soon as I hear his voice, I go into immediate trance. Whose voice, Nathan? Jonathan's? All right. So are some of you, so I'm seeing some of the comments here saying I need to turn my mic down. Jax, go ahead.
The distance you are from your mic is, for me, is okay. I can barely hear you on a normal basis. But how do you spell that guy's last name, Jonathan?
Altfeld.
A-L-T Altfeld.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And if he asks, tell him David sent you. He probably won't, but Jonathan did me a solid back in the day, so return the favor. Okay. So World of Bliss says, I spun some jealousy the first time I found you and it worked, and I wonder followed your info since then. Yeah, in fact, if you can actually, you'd have to go back pretty far on the channel, but there's actually a video where I actually somebody had a breakup, was suffering from a broken heart, and I spun it away. Like gone. So yeah, and here's the thing we need to understand about our tech, and I consider it tech. It looks like magic for sure, and magic is just the name for technology we don't understand, and technology is the name for magic we do. Right. But as far as the neurology is concerned, everything we're dealing with is just information that needs to be processed and interpreted. That's all it is. It's the organic equivalent, for lack of a better word, of ones and zeros. And we can interpret those and reprogram those things in practically any configuration we can conceive of, right? Where what really separates a lot of what we do is the integration of the different divisions of the nervous system with the physical body, with the spatial relationships around us. We put it all back together. And when you do that, you light the neurology up like a Christmas tree, and you get a gestalt effect. You get a synergy that's greater than the sum of the parts. And that's why the changes are so deep, so pervasive, and so damn fast. It's because it's tapping into the nervous system the way I've come to believe and come to realize it was designed by the creator to work. And the more in alignment you are with the way things were meant to work, the faster result you tend to get. So Celia says, I've noticed I'm better at hypnotizing when I use full body acting and really get into character. 100%. In fact, one of the ways I discovered this whole body thing, have you guys heard the story about when I was in medical school? All right, I'll tell this story real quick because it's fun. So once upon a time, I was in Whittier, California, and I was going to acupuncture school. And I think I was in my 3rd year, and I was getting ready to do my practical Tui Na exam. Now, what does that mean? Tui Na is Chinese body work. And I was actually really, really good at it. It was actually something I was getting quite known for on campus, which I stopped doing it because I had other things I wanted to focus on. But for some reason, I was going through my my senioritis phase. Third year was like the last year. And for whatever reason, I had completely forgotten that my practical exam was coming up. And I didn't have a partner You were supposed to find a partner and practice doing like the different protocols, one for the shoulder, one for the hips, one for the spine or the neck, all these different protocols that you had to do. And I hadn't practiced in weeks. And I didn't have a partner. And I'd forgotten about the exam. So there I am, like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a line out the door to go do the practical exam. I don't have a partner to practice with. And so I'm sitting there and going, what the fuck am I going to do? And this little voice in my head said, make one. And I was like, what? And then I realized something. I've been a martial artist for most of my life. I've been doing kata and forms for decades. What is kata and form? Well, at the most basic level, it's fighting imaginary opponents. So I imagined that there was a person sitting there, and I needed to work on their shoulder, and I needed to work on their hip. And in my imagination, I physically started going through the motions in line. I did the shoulder, then I did the hip, then I did the low back, and then I woke up like 20 minutes later, drenched in sweat, having completed the entire practice. And everybody in the line around me is going, because I'm dancing with nobody. And that was when I realized something. Once I got my body involved, it didn't matter what my conscious mind knew. For the first couple minutes, I was just playing with the air. I was seeing something. And then at some point, it became real to me. There was a real person there. It was a real shoulder. It was a real hip. It was a real low back. And I don't know when that transition happened, except that my body was involved. And that was the seed of what we do now in our change work. The moment you get the body engaged in acting out the change, it doesn't matter what your conscious mind believes. The physical movement will co-opt the neocortex and it will pull it in to the program it's running. And it won't matter what you consciously believe. The moment this is another aspect for those of you who've ever heard me say, your physiology controls your psychology, right? When we do power poses, right? And I say, try to feel, and hold that power pose and try to feel bad, and you can't do it. Well, what do you think movement is? Movement is just another step up. That's why when we take something out, we hold it in our hands and we manipulate it and we spin it. We're engaging the most powerful, irresistible part of our neurology. It doesn't, the only variable is time. The body work will co-opt all of the other systems eventually. Okay? Change your posture, change your breathing. Yeah. State control 101. Okay? So I thought that might be a fun little anecdote for you guys because that's how I figured it out. That's how I figured it out. But I didn't know what I had then. I was still in my Darth Snyder phase, so to speak. You know, I had more social applications in mind at the time. It wasn't until later that all these pieces came together in a very profound way. Shaman says, I've said this before, Dr. D, but I've taught indigenous shamans in the Amazon how to spin. I love that. I love that. I love it. By the way, I don't think I invented the spin. I think I rediscovered it. Right? And there's a lot of people out, like Bandler does his own version of spinning. Bunch of people have done the spinning thing. But a lot of people think I got my spinning technique from Richard, and I didn't. I didn't actually learn anything like that from Richard until about 2012, 2013. And I've been doing the spinning technique since 2004, 2005 to be exact, because I got the download while I was at a hypnosis training into land Florida, right? But I think our spinning technique has probably transformed a lot more people in a lot of ways. So, excellent. You guys are really on the ball today. I like that. All right. 62 people watching at home. All right. Well, if for you 62 people who haven't contributed yet, type some shit in the chat. Let me know you're out there. Let me know what you want to learn about. For those of you who've been with me, look at the next thing on your bucket list. Try to keep it around a 1, 2, or 3. Close your eyes. Think about that thing. Point to where you feel it. As you point to where you feel it, if there were a picture floating in the space around you that represented that feeling, that and the reasons behind it, a picture you could reach out and touch, where would you reach out to touch it? Now take your hands, physically trace the outline of that picture with both of your hands so you know how big it is. Once you've got that, grab the edges of the picture, expand it like you'd expand the windows on your iPhone or your Android. Notice what happens to the intensity of the feeling. Does it get stronger or does it get weaker? It doesn't matter which one it is. What matters is you calibrate which one it is. Now bring it back to its original size. Grab the hands, pull it closer to your physical body. Notice what happens to the feeling. Do they get stronger? Do they get weaker? Now push it away. Notice what happens to the feeling. Now take your imagination and your hands and draw a big, thick, black frame around that picture. Take your hand, feel the base of the frame. Notice some dials and knobs and switches like on an old style television. Find the knob that controls the brightness or the contrast. Turn that knob all the way to the right until the image whites out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. Once you've got that, turn the knob all the way to the left until the image blacks out completely. Notice how that makes you feel. And decide for yourself which one you like better. And turn the knob that way. Once you've got that, and only once you've got it, take the index finger of your dominant hand and like a stylus on a tablet in glowing golden letters, write on that whited out or blacked out screen all the lessons and the messages connected to that experience or feelings, so you can keep all those lessons, all those messages, and let everything else go. Now the screen will scroll like a tablet scrolls, so you have an infinite, unlimited writing space. Some people know exactly what those lessons are and they blast them on the screen like it's nobody's business. Other people have no conscious idea what those lessons might be. So for those of you who are experiencing that, here's the beautiful part. You don't need to know. The part of you that created those feelings, the part of you that created that picture, the part of you that's governing that finger, that part always knows. So give control of that stylus over to that part and let it write on that screen all the lessons, all the messages, positive or negative, that it's been trying to send you. So you can keep all those lessons and let everything else go. And keep writing. Some people draw squiggles. Some people draw pictures. Some people have rage attacks and write, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you across the screen. Some people write with both hands at the same time, like they're writing Chinese or Hebrew at the same time. However your body wants to do it, however your neurology wants to express itself, let it flow through those hands and those fingers onto that screen. If feelings and emotions come up, put them on the screen too. As they come up, they come out. As you feel it, you reveal it. As you reveal it, you heal it. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the body. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the mind for all the right reasons. Your reasons. Just keep writing. And when you feel complete, when you know it's done, only when you know it's done, take your hands, reach up, shrink that frame down to the size of a postage stamp or even smaller. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change. Your autonomic nervous system grabs a hold of that frame, moves it up over the top of your head, floats it all the way back beyond the horizon. Feel it sink down below the horizon like the sun setting till it disappears completely. And we all know the sound a hammer makes when you're banging on a nail. Feel it nailed back there for all eternity and possibly come back. When you know it's nailed back there for all eternity and possibly come back, test it. Try to bring the old feelings back. Try to turn the new feelings off. Notice what happens instead. Take all the time you need to let that process finish itself. Sometimes they go away fast. Sometimes they melt slower. However it works, just let it happen. And when you know you're done, you're satisfied, you're complete, test it. Try to bring those old feelings back. Try to turn those new feelings off. Notice what happens instead. And when you're finally satisfied, you can go ahead, stop testing, scan your body. Notice how good you feel. And when you're done, go ahead and type in the chat, give me a report, tell me where you're at. So hold on a second here. Carlos had a question. Carlos Greaves, quick question. Since the mentorship from 8/17 to 8/23 won't be in person tomorrow, will you receive a Zoom link or do we sign up again? Carlos, if you're coming in on a VIP ticket, you should get a jot form from Mia and a Zoom link that goes with it. If you do not, please, please, please keep bugging us through phone or email until you get it. Hit that like button. Yeah, apparently, you know, I'm not even going to get into it. We'll talk about it some other time. 532 John 5324 says that was nice. Great. Jack says lots of emotion. Delilah says pain transformed into pleasure. Carlos says jot form from me. Yes. It is a virtual training, so we do have a few seats left for those of you who want to spend the next 5 days learning the most powerful system of human influence on the planet. You can go to http://www. My typing is terrible. NLPPOWER.com/events, and you'll see the link for Killer Influence. It's the only thing in the chat in the calendar right now. It's all virtual, so you can do it at home in your underwear. I don't recommend it, but if you're inclined to do that, by all means. There we go. All right. Sean says, I'm noticing a lot of tightness in my body. I didn't know I had loosened up. So you're noticing now that you're looser than you were because you weren't aware of the tightness. Is that basically what I'm saying? Hearing? Yeah, that's very common, especially when it's anger or some kind of frustration. That tends to migrate into the traps and the neck. I remember the first time I figured this out. I was doing a meetup in LA. And I think it was like a conversation hypnosis meetup or something, but for some reason, this lady came up. I got onto the topic of energy spinning. And I brought her up because she had shoulder pain and neck pain. And we took it out and we spun it and it went away. And then she went and she sat down, and then like 20 minutes later, it's coming back or it's back. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Come on. And then I waited till after the session. I brought her up and I did the magic frame. And when I did the magic frame, she realized how angry she was at her ex-husband. And that was what was causing this, because she hadn't let the anger go. She was trying to get rid of the pain, but she hadn't found the safety lesson. behind it. And that was actually one of the big epiphanies for me, was about how you need to, there's a pecking order to these things. How if you just resolve the lessons first, the change work is always smoother than if you start with anything else. So, and that's why I teach it the way, you don't have to do it the way I do it. But that's why I teach it the way I teach it, right? Because I want to be efficient, and magic frame is the most efficient technique to start with, because if you don't clear the safety lesson and you do something else, you're going to have to go back and do the magic frame anyway. So you might as well just start with it, right? So Carlos Grief says, so cool to hear David say your voice. It's like Optimus Prime. Okay. Now I am a transformer, now that I think about it. World of Bliss says, I was doing procrastination. Excellent. Ellen McMaster says, when will we get that? What specifically are we getting, Ellen? You talking about the jot form? Dry mouth means you need to hydrate. Spinning is winning. Yes. Yep. Nathan says emotional again, but yes. Yes, don't be surprised. Especially if it's something you've been carrying for a long time. Don't be surprised when you actually apply this intervention and your nervous system starts reorganizing and reprocessing the experience, that there's this emotional discharge. That's nothing broken. That's things being fixed, right? Think of it like the release of emotional constipation, right? You ever notice that sometimes during those constipated moments, getting that shit moving, no pun intended, is literally the hardest part? And then once it's moving, it's right? Stuck energy is stuck energy. Doesn't matter which part of the body it's in, right? All right. So Natalie's asking, hey, David, any thoughts on subliminals or affirmation tapes? I've had many, but can you actually give me a more precise question so I can give you a more precise answer? I love questions, guys. I'll be very upfront with you. But many times the questions that people ask are so vague, they could have 100 different answers, right? So the better the question, the better the expression, the better the information. Specifically sapien medicine. I have no experience whatsoever with that. Is that a company, Carlos? Sapien Medicine Subliminals? I am a much bigger proponent of subliminal imagery than subliminal verbal suggestion. Primarily because your eyes can see things a lot faster and a lot more holistically, and our systems are primarily visual and kinesthetic. So I would much rather see, if you're going to use any kind of subliminals, and I would test using subliminal imagery versus subliminal suggestion, and see which one tends to lead to a bigger change in the shortest amount of time. The thing about subliminals is that the idea behind subliminals is that you're playing something below the threshold of conscious awareness. And the biggest challenge here is there's no way to tell that the effectiveness of a subliminal from a placebo effect. You know, with all that's necessary is for someone to tell you in a way that you become convinced that a tape has subliminal properties to it, and just listening to it, and the placebo effect can give you up to a 40% transformation, or a complete transformation in up to 40% of the people. But it may be a completely blank tape. You don't know, because the suggestions are largely below the threshold of conscious awareness. So there's a quality control issue there that I often wonder about. The other thing is if they're below the level of conscious hearing, how do you hear them for them to work, right? And I've used hypnotic prompt programming tapes and on recordings for the better part of my life. So I'm a big proponent of that kind of training. And the truth is, as long as you believe they're going to work for you, placebo effect says they'll probably work, even if you know it's placebo. So the best thing I can tell you is when you're looking at a subliminal to work with, learn as much about what that subliminal is supposed to be installing, what that looks like for you, how you know you're getting it. Think about those things almost like you're priming yourself to do an image cycling practice. And then go ahead, let that go, and do your subliminals. And what you'll discover is you will leverage two very powerful priming effects that will give you a much bigger effect or response to the subliminals. Whether there's actually anything really in there or not, you'll get that bump. Now, brings us to another safety issue with regards to subliminals. If they're subliminal and all the suggestions are below the threshold of conscious awareness, how do you know what suggestions you're actually getting? Right? Monroe tapes, I absolutely 100% endorse. I am a huge fan and a huge proponent of many things that are adjacent to Monroe. Many of my super advanced students are now doing Monroe as an adjunct to their training with me, and they're telling me that they feel like it's almost unfair because they go into a program like the Gateway Experience with all the things they've learned from us, and they feel like they're having these massive phenomena in very, very short periods of time. They feel almost like they're cheating, and they want to tell everybody in the Monroe class what they're doing. And I said, don't do that. I said, keep it to yourself, keep it quiet, let them have their experience, you have yours, and you go and you just add it to your repertoire. But I'm a big fan of Joe Gallenberger specifically, who is a senior instructor at Monroe. One of the remote viewers that I respect the most in the world actually teaches from Monroe. His name is Joe McMoneagle. Huge amount of respect for Joe McMoneagle's work. So yeah, I can't promote them enough. I should probably become an affiliate for them, but I don't. I'm not an affiliate for anyone, which is kind of the stupidest marketing move in history for me, considering how extensive our reading list is and everything else. But yeah, and who I'd really like to put out there for you guys, senior instructor for Monroe Institute, also has his own product line, is a man by the name of Dr. Joe Gallenberger. And his website is www.syncreation.com. And I would absolutely recommend everything he's got. I work with it every single day with my students. I do it on myself. And he's a little less pricey than Monroe, but he's on staff. So, so Taratucio is saying, I listened to Monroe meditations about dolphins, and 3 weeks later, I was in Hawaii on a whale watching tour. It works fast. Yes. Yes. Their stuff is top notch. Chima Music says, Chris Voss owns you a chunk of change for affiliates. A lot of people, if I actually, I promote people, but I don't take money for promoting them. I should, but I don't. I just tell people where I get my stuff. Because I want you guys to know that when I teach you something, I'm not just making it up. I didn't just pull it out of my ass. I take credit for the synthesis, not the source. So, yeah, Alan, I'll make sure you all have the Zoom link. As long as we have your name on the attendance roster for Killer Influence, you should get the links. Okay. All right, so circling back. So now he owes you favors, even better. Let's see what's going on here. So Delilah's asking, does repeatedly using the triad on the same issue help or hurt? It can only help. It can only help. right? And if you're using the triad on the same issue, chances are the issue you're using it on isn't the right issue. There's something deeper adjacent to it that is the stronger root. That, or you're changing the internal experience, but you're not transforming the environment around you. You're operating in environments and around people who are remanifesting the problem you're healing, which is actually more often the case. Okay. If you've ever dated the same person with a different face, or had the same asshole boss at 4 different jobs in different parts of the world, patterns. So Carlos is saying, okay, basically I've heard of you. I read the book By the Game by Neil Strauss back in 2018. I developed my own version, but I used it to get rid of shame, and now that program is affecting my kidneys. Carlos, what exactly do you mean that that program is affecting your kidneys? John says, thanks for answering my question. You're very welcome, John. It's what I do, right? I don't hold things back, except sometimes. Please do a manifestation intensive program like the one you do for healing. Oh, like a 3-day like manifestation workshop? If I did one of those, how many of you would come? Sean says, one of the best things I did recently was to switch jobs. It allowed me the freedom to make a change in myself that may not have been possible staying in the same set of circumstances. This is a bitter pill for many of us to swallow. And we've heard it from thousands of teachers, right? From the bumper stickers in the 1970s, where it used to say, you can't soar like an eagle when you're hanging around with turkeys, right? To show me who your friends are and I'll show you who you are. When I was going through my Buddhist psychology training, and even my medical qigong, would always tell us is that your friends are stronger than your will. Your friends are stronger than your will. And that's true. The people you hang out with on a regular basis, the environments you spend the most time, will do more to enhance your life or detract from it than any amount of hypnotic programming, because it's constant and it's there and it has direct ramifications, right? So Sean says he's a hermit. Well, okay. He has imaginary friends. Let me see here. Let me see here. What are the... So Yashvin says, I would. Carlos says, me. My Access Buddies, F8M says, Carlos, do you need to reduce your animal protein intake? Carlos says, name your price. Susan 9630 says, perception is projection. Chiman says, Jerry Kind recommend Jerry Kind a number of times. He's my favorite human. He's a master practitioner of mother-in-law jokes. Yes, he is. William says, I would. Okay. Well, for those of you who are interested in manifestation, interestingly enough, 2 things. A, I think we're actually running a big discount on our law of attraction packages on NLPPOWER.com. I think it's like 60% off or something like that. If you go there and you look at the manifestation packages for sale, you can get a nice big discount. August 27th, we'll be doing a Hidden Laws of Attraction manifestation webinar. So if there's a lot of you that want to do a 3-day or even a 1 or 2-day manifestation intensive, I'll think about actually maybe bonusing that as a VIP ticket for those of you who grab the webinar package, right? So yeah, again, this is kind of like why I like hanging out with you guys. And granted, this was not planned the way this is happening. I was not planning on doing this way today. The universe just kind of conspired to say, hey, get out in front of these people and connect with your family, and we'll go from there. But anyway, so yeah.
So Celia says, every time I watch you, I regain faith that my goals and dreams are possible to achieve, and I am very grateful. Well, I'm very grateful for you, Celia. And here's the thing you guys gotta understand. As long as there is breath in your body and you have a heartbeat, it's never too late. It's never too late to start anything. It's never too late to change anything until you drop the body and go back to source. Right? And then you'll be back. Right? So, most people thought I was crazy starting my first doctorate program at like 50. And then they were crazy. I started a second doctorate at like 58, something like that. Right? I'm still going to be 58 whether I have a doctorate or not. So I can be 58 with the doctorate and be happy with myself, or I could be 58 without a doctorate and regret it. Right? So the idea that you're too old or you're too weak or too dumb or horseshit. If you want it bad enough, you can make it happen. You just got to be smart about it. Right? But don't let anybody steal your dreams. Don't let anybody ever tell you you can't do something or you shouldn't do something. If it's something that is right, that you know in your heart is right for you. This world is engineered for illusion. It's engineered to promise you everything and deliver nothing. It's engineered to make you think you have no power, that you're stuck, that you can't change. It's a lie and it's an illusion. You just have to be willing to do the things that every fiber in your being is trying to keep you from doing, which are things you created, by the way. And by the way, I'm not clear of any of that. I'm the biggest poster child for that too. I have my shit just like everybody else, So let's work on. Now we're gonna go. We've done the magic frame. So on the thing we were just working on with magic frame, how many of you went from whatever it was to 0? Just type it in the chat if you're at 0 for that. If you are at 0 for that, pick something else for the next drill. If you're not at 0, great, because we're going to go get rid of the rest of it. I don't understand how you fit all that family, helping others, teaching, getting a few doctorates into a 16-hour day. I'm at 0. Oh, I take drugs. No. No. You know what it is? There are things that I want that I'm willing to give up other things for. Right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's a prioritization. And there will always be competing priorities. There will always be people's priorities that they're imposing on you. But more often than not, the thing that holds us back isn't the amount of time in the day. It's the amount of drive and desire that we have to do it. When I was getting my first black belt, I used to tell myself, and I used to tell my students, because I actually was teaching martial arts before I had my black belt. I was actually, as a brown belt, I had my own little school in Lansdale, Pennsylvania, teaching out of an acting school, performing arts school of all things. And I would tell my students, and I would say, the stronger the want to, the how to takes care of itself. When the want to is strong enough, the how to takes care of itself. And I still believe that. But so many of us are willing to stop at the first convenient excuse or the first negative experience that we encounter, right? And this is going to bring us back to this idea of procrastination, right? And what procrastination is an interesting animal in that there's different ways that the same behavior manifests. Hold on a second. I'm being distracted by the chat yet again. All right, there's a whole conversation on veganism in the YouTube chat that I have no business being part of.
But procrastination usually manifests as a fear of something, right? There's something where we're avoiding. And sometimes we know what that is and sometimes we don't. But sometimes it's also derived from a sense of uncertainty. Many of us want to have every step of the journey mapped out in excruciating detail before we're willing to start. So what will happen many times, a person can set a goal of what they want out here, but they have no idea how to start, so they don't. Right? Instead of starting anywhere and modifying, they don't start at all. That's one type of procrastination. Another type of procrastination can happen when you see what you want, you know how to start, and about halfway through or somewhere in here, there's a step, a piece that bridges from the first half of the goal to the second half of the goal, but you don't know what that is. And so, and you can see it because as you're planning it out, you see that gap, right? And because you see that gap and you don't know how to bridge it, you don't start at all. Right? Then there'll be people who they see everything right up to before the goal and they can't see that one final piece. Now remember, if there's 100 steps in their plan, they've got 99 of them, right? You have 100, 99 is missing, 98, 97, you have all these other steps, right? But that one space 99 has a blank in it. And they're down here at 1, and they don't start, right? What I have discovered, much to the frustration, fury, and chagrin of other people, is that it's better to just start and figure it out as you go, right? Better to just start and figure it out as you go, right? But some people can't do that. They need a plan, they need a goal, they need to have every step delineated. And they will use planning as a way to stop from actually taking an action. Because if they don't take an action, they can never fail to achieve it. That's the thinking. Remember that we're going back to the unconscious mind. Wow, if he never starts another business, he can never lose it, and he can never feel this way again. Well, it's the same idea. If we never start, we can never really fail. And it's that fear of failure, that fear of the unknown, that many times keeps us from taking those steps. Right? Now, with the right techniques, we can summon up enough willpower to muscle our way through it. But over time, that willpower erodes because our kidneys get weak. Okay, your willpower to the drive to do the hard thing comes from your kidneys, right? And so the more work we do without restoring and rejuvenating the kidney energy, the will energy, as we get older, the less we push for things. That's why we also tend to be a little bit more laid back as we get older, because that kidney energy is the need to will ourselves through things. It isn't there anymore. So I just joined. It might be irrelevant, but do you have any training videos on what's the state of being consciousness to attract what we want? It's usually playfulness. Pleasure is a good preliminary state, and if you can't do playfulness, pleasure will usually work. Pleasure is a massively powerful manifestation tool. I use it therapeutically all the time, clinically, especially if you guys sign up for consults with me and I start playing the imagination games with you. One of the very first things we do is give you massive amounts of pleasure and teach you how to do it for yourself with your clothes on. I should probably put that out there, right? But the truth is a lot of times when you're trying to resource somebody and you ask them, well, can you remember a time when you felt safe? Because that's the most common thing people try to do when you're resourcing. And a lot of people who've had a lot of abuse or a lot of social anxiety, or just grew up with the low serotonin levels or whatever, they've never felt safe. They've never felt safe. And so you can't access a resource they don't have. But almost every single one of us seeks pleasure and has experienced pleasure. And you can get almost the exact same benefits from pleasure states as you can from safety states. Sometimes it's a better state to work with because pleasure also has the reward factor in it as well. And so when you come to us for consultations, we're not going to give you a safe experience. We're going to give you a pleasurable one. And that's going to teach you some very powerful things about your own neurology. But it also gives us a very, very good way of assessing, is this somebody who can respond most powerfully and get the biggest benefit from the work, right? It's an evaluation tool, even as it's a resourcing tool. So for manifestation, the most powerful, the two most powerful states would be either happiness or pleasure and gratitude, right? These are the ones that tend to lead to the greatest degree of neuroplasticity, to the energy centers and the energy fields opening up, and to reprocessing or reprogramming your reticular activating system to see the world as an abundant, safe, happy place. These are the emotions that really kind of carry the biggest weight when it comes to manifestation work. Okay. So let's try to circle back to the color breathing question that I asked earlier. How many of you still have any residual stuff from the magic frame? Anybody? If you didn't, that's great. If you didn't, then go to the next thing on your list. Okay, go to the next thing on your list. So this next piece, I'll probably just give it to you, guide you through it like as a hypnotic process, as opposed to something you would do on the spur of the moment. So there's two levels to color breathing that I teach to the general public. One is called the color game, which I love. And it's something you can do with 5-year-olds and 3-year-olds, as long as you can get them to follow attention or pay attention. The other one is a little bit more in depth, which I like better. Has a little bit more verbiage involved. But so I want you to look at your bucket list. Let me just get a drink really quick because I've been talking a lot today. You guys enjoying the show, by the way? Are you learning anything? If you're learning, like and share, type your responses in the chat, in the comments section, everything. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I want you to look at your list. And again, pick something that's a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Close your eyes. We're going to do it and then I'll explain it. Close your eyes. Notice where in your body the feeling connected to that entry on your list is located. Go ahead and point to it. Now go ahead and look at it with your inner eyes. And as you look at it with your inner eyes, I want you to notice that there's a color, maybe even a series of colors connected to that feeling. What color or colors might that be for you, first impression? Now, you don't need to answer that in the chat, just know what the answer is. And here's the magic question, 2 magic questions actually. First magic question, is it okay to change this? Is there any reason why you might want to keep it? If your unconscious mind stutters at that question, chances are there's a safety lesson you need to magic frame it. If the answer is yes, it's completely okay to get rid of it, excellent. Ask yourself the next question. If my higher mind, my autonomic nervous system, the part of me that controls my heartbeat, my blood pressure, my hormone balance, right? My digestion, the part of me that created these feelings in the first place. If my autonomic nervous system could send me a feeling, a frequency, a vibration, a color that would completely dissolve this XYZ color in this XYZ part of my body and give me what I most need and want in its place instead, what color or colors might it send me? First impression. Whatever that answer is, imagine a big ball of that colored energy floating above your head. Notice how the feelings in your body shift and change as you fill the room with that color. Wrap it around you like a big blanket and breathe that color through your body, and especially through the area where that other color used to be, in an infinite, ever expanding and unlimited supply. And as you notice that energy moving through as you notice the good color dissolving the bad color, feel it transform. Notice how it begins to melt and dissolve away. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the body. Solve, dissolved, and resolved from the mind for all the right reasons. Let the energy continue to flow. Keep breathing it through until that color is completely dissolved away. Now, as you're beginning to allow that process to happen, you may notice one of several effects taking place. First one is you breathe the good color through the not so great color. It dissolves and is gone, replaced with that new feeling. Perfect. You're done. Sometimes the color hits that the good color hits the other color. It goes from this big to this big. It just kind of shrinks. You've cleared the first layer. Success. Now you're going to repeat the system. Sometimes you'll breathe the color through the negative color, and this one goes away and something pops up over here or someplace else. Any of those is a sign of success. Okay? So take a moment, let the energy dissolve away completely, and then when you're certain it's gone, test it. Try to bring it back. Notice what happens instead. When you're satisfied, you can stop testing, scan your body, notice how different you feel, and type what you experienced in the chat. Tell me what you discovered. Tell me what you experienced. And when you're ready, go ahead and type it in the chat. Tell me what's happening. Delilah says heart is filled with feelings. I hope those are good feelings. Yes, very good. Jimin says, still venting from the first one. Right on, baby. Sumu says, feeling lighter. Yes. Jack says, I could physically feel everything I was doing. I'll assume that's a good thing. All right. How many have anything left? Like, how many got 100% removal? How many people got a shrinkage? How many people got a movement? Just type in what you got. Shrinkage for sure, Sean says. Excellent. That's called the Russian doll effect, by the way. If you ever see those Russian dolls where you have this big doll and you open it up and there's another doll inside, you take that out and you open up, there's another doll inside, you take that out, open up, there's another doll inside. That's exactly what's happening in the situation that Sean is describing. It starts out this big, and then we apply the intervention and it shrinks. And that issue is cleared. The big one is cleared, but there's another issue nested inside of it, which is a separate issue, but connected in some way or related in some way. We just do the same exact process. What color is this? If my autonomic nervous system could send us a feeling, a frequency, a vibration, a color, that would completely dissolve this XYZ feeling in this XYZ part of my body and give me what I most need and want and desire instead in its place, what color or colors might it send me? Imagine the color, fill the room, wrap it around you, breathe it through the affected area. That area is going to shrink again. Now, sometimes it'll go completely away. Sometimes it'll just get smaller, right? This is not the fastest intervention that we have, but it is the simplest. You just gotta keep repeating it. And that's something that I found that what holds people back more than anything else is they don't apply the intervention enough, right? When we do a spinning intervention, this is how I teach all my therapy students. So when you apply a spinning intervention, if they come in with something that's at an 8 and you spin it and you get it down to a 1, and the client says they're good, and you ask them scale of 0 to 10, they say it's a 1, it's fine. That's not fine. We are a zero level intervention. We keep going, not until it's just at 0. We keep going until the client can't get it back, right? Because we want to be thorough. We're professionals. We want to be thorough about this, right? And the way you find out where the client's at is you test the client. Always be testing. How many of you have ever heard that? Always be testing, right? Yeah. So Shimon says, I feel like I've seen the Matrix with that one. Neo is on his way. All right. Celia says, I haven't found anything, or Shimon says, actually, I have not found anything that Magic Frame can't help with. And that is exactly true. Magic Frame can be its own intervention, period. But what you'll find, at least clinically, this is what I've found, where it has the biggest return on the investment is that it's a great softener. There is nothing that a Magic Frame will not put a really big fucking dent in and allow the rest of the change work to proceed largely unhindered. It's really interesting how it plays out that way. But again, I'm giving you my clinical experience. Other people's experiences may vary. And that's something I should probably say. When I'm telling you something and I'm telling you what I believe and what I know, it's based almost exclusively on my clinical or real world experiences. Other people may have different ideas or different experiences, but I'm giving you what I know cooks the rice and gets the job done in my world. So again, sometimes it sounds like I'm making pretty outrageous claims. Well, to me, a lot of those outrageous claims are just a Tuesday. That's just how we work, right? And for those of you who've been doing any of our stuff for any length of time, you know that's pretty true. So Nathan says movement and a little left, but mostly gone. Perfect. Perfect. Now, for those of you who have residual, and that could be anyone who, like Nathan, has a little bit left in the same spot, it shrank or it moved. You just repeat the same process. You point to where you, notice what I'm doing. You point to where you feel it. You always point to where you feel it. It's not negotiable. You point to where you feel it. Even if that feeling is outside of you, you point to where you feel it. Okay? And then you look at it with your inner eyes. You notice there's a color or a series of colors connected to those feelings. What color or color might it be? You're going to get an answer using your 6 dynamics. Now, at this point, you have a choice. You proceed with the intervention or you ask the magic question. Is it okay to change this? Is there any reason why I might want to keep it? And again, applying your 6 dynamics. If you get any hesitation, verbally, physically, facially, gesturally, in any way, you go right to Magic Frame. It's not even a question. The moment you sense any kind of hesitation about moving forward with getting rid of it, right to Magic Frame. Okay. Once you're past that, you apply the intervention. Now, let's say I'm here and it went from here to here. Okay, what color is this one? What color would make it change or go away? Color pops up, I fill the room with it, I wrap it around me, I breathe it through that area is going to shrink even more. I just wash, rinse, repeat until it's completely gone. When it moves, so it started here, now it popped up over here. Same thing, point to where you feel it. What color is this? Is it okay to change it? If my higher mind, my autonomic nervous system could send me a feeling, a frequency, a vibration, a color that would completely dissolve this XYZ problem in this XYZ part of my body. and give me what I most need and want and desire instead, what color or colors might it send me? First impression. Whatever that color is, imagine a big ball of that energy floating above your head, expand it to fill the room, wrap it around you, breathe it through your body, and especially through the affected area. Watch those colors disperse and dissolve. And keep breathing that energy through those areas until that part is dissolved away completely. And it either shrinks or it moves or it goes away. That's it. Wash, rinse, repeat. That's it. Just keep doing it until you're done. If at any time during this process you get an intuition, well, okay, it's time to go to magic frame again, or it's time to go to spinning, do it. Trust your intuition on that, right? This is one of the big pieces. Part of my job as your teacher, ladies and gentlemen, is to help you become progressively more aware of the world around you, the world you live in, the forces at play, aware of the forces inside of you that are driving your bus. Because without awareness, there is no choice. Without choice, there is no life. There's only survival. There's no living, there's only survival, right? So, job one, aware. As you become more aware, you become more choice. You become more empowered, and your agency comes back. You have choices now. You may not like the choices, but you have them, which is different. Anything outside of your awareness is outside of your control. And just because you're not aware of it doesn't mean it isn't controlling you or affecting you or influencing you in any way. So job one is always expanded and extended awareness, right? Animals do crazy things around this stuff. Most of them love it. It's kind of interesting. All right. So let's talk about procrastination one more time, but this time we're going to give you a technique. This is originally this technique was called the echo magnet, and it can be found in a book called Red Gold by Grigori Ryport. There's still maybe a few copies floating around there. In my world, we call it the procrastination blaster. Okay. So the way this works is look at your think about something that you've been putting off that needs to get done that you just don't want to do, or you've just been putting off doing it, right? Now, I don't really care if it's a level 10 thing or a level 1 thing. What I do care about is when we apply this technique that you can actually do something about it. So for example, let's say you've been putting off taking out the trash or doing your dishes or cleaning your bedroom, right? Are you in a place when we apply this technique where you can just get up and go do it, right? Because one of the things that happens is this idea of lifestyle friction or venue friction. In other words, I want to go out and do this thing, but I'm in another part of town and I have to do all these other things to get to that place where I can do that thing. The more interruptions between the thing you want to do and where you're doing this work, the more likely you are to get distracted or derailed. So I try when I teach the procrastination blaster, I want you to have as close to a linear path to the object or the function you need to do. So for example, let's say that you need to go to the gym and work out, but you've been putting it off, right? Okay. Are the car keys next to you? Where's your gym bag? All that other stuff. Is it where you can get to it smoothly and easily? Set that up first. Okay. And if you need to, and if you have resistance to that, use the procrastination blaster on those smaller things so you get them done. Okay. So the procrastination blaster can be used on something very, very small and very, very granular, or it can be used on a big overarching practice. And it's very simple, right? So the first thing is write down the thing you don't want to do. So let me share my screen and I'll actually walk you through this. Let me see if I can find one really quick. Excellent. Here we go. So the procrastination blaster, also known as the echo magnet. So you think of something that you have to do, but you don't want to do. So maybe it's, I have to go to the gym. Now this is, by the way, this is best used for simple, short-term tasks. In other words, something that's episodic, needs to get done, and you can start doing it right now. I would not necessarily use this by itself for something like weight loss, right? Except as a way to make sure that I don't overeat. I could use this out in the field. Like if I'm about to sit down at a restaurant and order food, and I'm looking at all the things I would normally order that I really want, I could actually use this to neutralize those behaviors and install better ones. But maybe it's I have to go to the gym, right? Maybe it's I have to do dishes. Maybe it's have to pay my taxes, right? Doesn't really matter. As long as it's a have to, then we're good. Then you're going to create a sentence that says basically, I have to pay my taxes or do my taxes. Or I have to go to the gym. I have to clean my room. So whatever the thing is that you're putting off doing, you're going to make a sentence that basically is you saying, I have to do these things. Okay? That's your first sentence. Then you're going to drop, you're going to repeat that over and over and over again and go quiet. Then you're going to create another set of statements. And says, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay? And you're going to say that out loud, louder, 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 with ever increasing levels of vim and vigor. Then you're going to wait. And what you'll notice, if you've done it intensely enough, a little quiet voice in your head will start to answer, I want to do my taxes. I want to go to the gym. I want to clean my room. Whatever, that you wait for this. And that's the big piece. Okay? This is a passive, receptive sequence. These are active. Okay? So, how many people have at least one thing on their procrastination blaster list that they want to clear? Type it in the chat. At least a dozen, right? All right. So pick one. And again, use either I have to, or I need to, or I must, or I should, whatever one of those phrases fits best, and repeat after me with escalating energy. All right. The more emotion you put into this, the louder and more verbose you get, the better it works. Okay. So you ready? I don't want to. 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 Or wait, sorry, that's the wrong one. I got wrong. I have to do X. 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 I have to do it. 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 Really crank it up. And then go quiet. Go quiet for a moment. And then slowly begin to chant I don't want to do X. 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 And just keep cranking it up and cranking it up. And when you reach your emotional peak, when you reach your emotional crescendo, you just don't want to do it. You're screaming it to the fucking universe. Drop it and go quiet. And just wait. Just go quiescent. And listen. And when you're done, open your eyes, notice what changed, and type it in the chat. What just happened? Sean says, well, I got psyched up. Jimon says, amazing. Well, then do it again, Delilah. Snap Crown says, whoa, it works. Now go do that thing. Go now. Now. After you like and subscribe. Sign up for the platinum or the diamond levels. Okay. Simple technique, right? Can you see why you might not want to do it in a crowded restaurant, though? Julia says, Amber. Oh, I think it was a different text. All right. You need a soundproof room, yeah. Zilia says, anger gone. Boom. Jimon says, Grigori Ryport owes you a bag of gold for that one. Red gold. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right. We're coming into the home stretch. Q&A time. What do you want to learn? What are, let's go back to our Zoomers here. Jax, top 2 takeaways from today.
There's still hope for me, and I might actually heal.
Yeah. How about that, huh?
And I got quite a bit out of today. I've been having a lot of issues, and today I actually feel good. Thank you.
Perfect. You're very welcome. Christine, top 2 takeaways.
Well, it was cool. We finally went after the procrastination blaster, and that's what I did. And going over the why, the one question I asked, it was good to go over that, but I can't think of what it was right now.
Okay, well, that's good enough. Okay. Sean, how about you?
Well, I'll tell you, David, this was a real blessing today. I just stumbled upon the site. It all worked out, and I have got a lot of information that is going to be really valuable to me. So just know that you really are a blessing, and you do help a lot of people. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you. That's awesome to have you here. Let's go to Namisha.
Love the practice of the techniques, David. And then also I could see the resistance, but then how it goes away when you really apply yourself. So applying your body into the process, major tip there. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Alex, are you with us? Okay, let's go to Delilah. You can actually speak now, Delilah.
The magic frame is the tractor of your techniques. It does a lot of the heavy lifting.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, and the definition of what a psychic attack is was very interesting. And again, you remind us that we're capable and that we have the power.
You do. You 100% do. spite of what everybody else is trying to convince you of.
Yes. Thank you very
Always
much.
something you can do. There's always something. Keep it at it. Morrow, welcome back, my friend.
Hello. Yes, I just got disconnected over there. I was trying to do a little bit of both, watching YouTube and this. I got a lot of insights. Unfortunately, I didn't participate as much as I wanted to because I thought I was going to be originally listening in. I went for a walk and I kind of came back. I was listening, but I couldn't take any action originally. And while I was afterwards, then I came home, I was just paying attention, but I kept on trancing out over a lot of stuff. I was
Imagine
just
that. I'm talking and people are trancing.
I was just constantly trancing out. And after that, I hear stuff you're saying. It's like, why didn't I participate in this? Why didn't I participate in that? So this is a video I gotta rewatch and actually do my own participation. Definitely, I just kind of noticed it feels like this is something that I would hear in Killer Influence and CPI trainings and everything like that. You just did it, but maybe it's just me because I've heard it so many times, but you seem to be going more in depth with me, maybe just grasping more and more as if we go along all the time. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting out of it all. So yeah.
Excellent. As long as you can use it, as long as it leaves you different than when you encounter after you encountered it than before, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big John, are you with us? John going, there he is.
Hello. Yeah, a lot of it was very eye-opening as my first time with that I came across the bucket list. So didn't know I had to tackle my my number one issues. I always thought I had to tackle the most issues that are giving me problems. So that was eye-opening, and yeah, it was just great exercises to go through, and that was very resourceful. So thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Sally Terry.
I'd like to use that bucket list more. It's the first time for me as well, and there are a few things I can certainly take care of. So thank you for that.
You're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. Let's go to some of our, I think I got everybody that's coming at us through Zoom who was willing to participate. So what about you guys out in YouTube land? What are your top 2 takeaways? So Sumu's saying, when I do Qigong energetic, I pick up more subtle, less than positive energy. Yeah. That's a different, that's an earlier question. Hopefully ask that question again in the comments section, and I'll give you some ideas for that. Guys in YouTube, give me your top 2 takeaways. Just post them in the chat and I'll read them to the group. What's going on with my computer here? My keyboard stopped working, but that's all right. I guess just figure that out. Oh. That's interesting. Keeman says Red Gold was bananas. That Red Gold book is on Amazon for almost $300. Yeah, I'm single-handedly responsible for jacking the price of that book up because for the last 15 or 20 years, I've been recommending it and people are buying it. In fact, just for fun, if you go into the Amazon listing and you look underneath that book, you know the section in Amazon where it says people who bought this book also bought X? You'll find my entire reading list. Well, that's interesting. My keyboard just stopped working. I can't figure out why.
Batteries?
No, the batteries, well, No, the batteries are on. Is there a key on your keyboard that like the number lock will turn the numbers on and off? Is there a key on your keyboard that stops you from being able to type? Does anybody know? Okay, it works there. Oh, it's working now. Wow, that was just bizarre. Type your top 2 takeaways from today. And chat. All right. Well, today was it was not the way I planned today to go, but it worked out really, really well. I got to hang out with a bunch of you amazing people. For those of you who would like to have more of these kinds of long interventions and actually get more hands-on drilling and skilling, I invite you to join our YouTube channel. We have different paid levels. The gold level gives you access to replays of everything. The platinum level gives you replays of everything, plus 2 Ask Me Anything sessions every month. Where you get to just have a private little chat room like this and just ask me anything you want for the whole time that we're together. And then for those of you who want actual mentoring and guidance from me, we have the diamond level, which is, this is a diamond level event where we get together on the 3rd Saturday of every month. And for 4.5 hours, I go around, you tell me what you want to be good at. I create a lesson plan for you guys on the spot. And for the next 4.5 to 5 hours, we drill and skill. Right? We did a little bit more Q&Aing today because I'm bouncing between different chat rooms, which is not how we normally do this. It's usually just me and the Zoomers. And we're just getting into rooms and we're doing stuff and we're doing demos and practicing and all kinds of stuff. But if you like the ability to interface with me more intimately and to get hands-on feedback and training and to interface with people who are like you, who want to get better at these things, I invite you to join us at the diamond level or higher. And stay as long as you want, right? Plus you get access to all the replays of everything we've ever done, which is always a cool thing, right? So, all right. Any last thoughts or ideas that anybody wants to share before I turn you guys loose on the world? Sean says, I would also say the biggest revelation for me was when you mentioned how your brain tries to protect you from further feelings of failure. So thank you for opening my eyes and opening up this session. And you are very welcome, Sean. All right. Well, in that case, in the words of the immortal Carol Burnett, I'm so glad we had this time together just to have a laugh or sing a song. Seems we just got started, and before you know it, comes the time we have to say so long. Good night, my friends. Please like and share. Post your comments. If you need information on our upcoming Killer Influence Secrets of Covert Hypnosis 5-day certification online bootcamp, scheduled for August 18th through the 22nd, please reach out to me, David at NLPPOWER.com. Or you can reach us at NLPPOWER.com/events. Or 858-282-4663. And last but not least, if you were interested in doing session work or scheduling a consultation with me, you can call 858-282-4663, or you can go to www.davidsnyder.com and look for the schedule consultation form, and we'll get you in the pipeline just as soon as we can. That's all I got for you today. Have a great Saturday, a blessed Sunday.